How is everyone today? My hair is... Where the hell is my comb? Where the hold on. And I can never find them when I need them. What did I do? This way I can use the camera as my mirror for combing without everyone staring at me. Wouldn't want people staring at me for like 8 hours. That would be awkward. Hello, Admiral Wiley. How goes it? And I see the push. Thanks to some assistance with Clinodev, I believe I've gotten a new code in to run about every month and a half to autosave twice as often. Meaning, if the game crashes, I should have less time lost. Hellfire with the raid. I could not hear the alert, but I did see the Pikachu. Thank you so much for raiding. How goes it? What were you doing? I think I actually just saw you. Hold on. Fuck, what was it? When I was going into my settings, I saw that you were on, and I even thought to myself, oh, look at him playing. What the fuck were you playing? You were on my list. I saw you. Yes, cave story. I remembered. I definitely didn't just cheat that. All right, let's try. That looks a bit better. All right. So, we have a few things today. One, as I said, thanks to Clinodev, I changed my onload.init file to run a repeat command every, I think 45 days I set it to autosave the game. Assuming that every month is, what, 30? Assuming every month in this game is 30, then, and every 3 months is a season, every 45 days should be the autosave. This does cause an issue in that I tried thinking of a way to get around this, but I don't think I could figure out how to get away. Basically, what I needed to do, I just realized how to get around it. See, when I'm by myself, I can't think of it up. When I go to tell you guys, and I think about the problem is, I realize the answer. If the autosave works, then I will need to turn off seasonal. Because I was just about to say, it's not going to save half and then on a season. It's going to save 28 days or 45 days from launch and also every season. So assuming that other autosave is working, I will be turning off autosave seasonal. Because otherwise we're going to do like, it's going to be 28 days, 13, 12. It's going to be doing both at the same time as far as I'm aware. Chat makes me smirk. It does. It does make me smirk. So assuming that works, we should be good. I also was sitting there and I looked up more DF hack commands that might help. Some of these we're not going to need, but I always forget that they exist. One is no pause. Makes Dwarf Fortress not pause for the water alerts. You can turn it off and on at will. Seed watch, tailor, and restrict liquids. Restrict liquids like no pause is basically pointless now. We're not going to be on liquids, so no sha. We don't need those two. But if I can get seed watch and tailor to work correctly, then it should just auto do the plants. That's the big issue. But Again, those are using codes and slightly more advanced than what we're doing. I just thought they were interesting to be aware of. Hello, Searlac. Now, question for you. Some of you are aware, some of you are not. I've changed my settings. Like, everything. So today's stream is also a what has strategists fucked up today? Yeah. If something is wrong, tell me. Literally, even if it ends up being on your side, it would help me to know, because I tried fixing 3 things at once. Because you know what they say, when fixing shit, do everything at once so you don't know what actually worked. That's the trick to repairing crap. I have lowered the frames per second to update the resolution, meaning you guys should be able to get me in 1080. While doing so, I lowered the bit rate, meaning it should buffer less, particularly if you guys are on phones. Hence why even if it's on your end, I need to know, because if that's not doing it, then that's just not doing it. So I lowered the bit rate, upped the resolution, lowered the frames per second. I also changed the audio around, so it should be louder and more clear than it usually is. But problem is now I don't have any of the scales right. I'm essentially doing behind the scenes math to fix the audio. So if I'm loud, game's quiet, I'm quiet, all that good jazz. Like, I know a lot of times some of you guys get spooked because I start freaking out over the audio, but this is like the actual proper stream to be letting me know, because otherwise I'm not going to figure out the numbers again, because we got a whole new math formula to be doing. Like, I actually had a math formula before to get the ratio about right, and then afterwards I would just pump the audio up in editing if I needed to. So if something is wrong, I need to know, just so I can fix it for future streams. It's like, it's not even like, oh, it went wrong, why didn't anyone tell me? Like, no, I need assistance. You did not hit transcoding. See, you say that, I don't even know what the hell that means. All right. I can't figure out how to make them do transcoding or not. Watch out for rogue Seelas. Yes. So, like I said, I should be loud. But also, what I figured out is, all right, behind the scenes, before we start the game, I know we're doing a gaming stream, but man, he just keeps talking about technical details in the background. What an ass. I have removed like half the Windows programs that were running that involved audio. Don't know why they were doing what they were doing, but I figured out if I just removed them, it works a lot better. I've genuinely just stripped all the audio bare. So if something is wrong with the audio, we're kind of hosed. Because I used to have the backup 3 lines of audio in case I needed to edit something out or whatever for YouTube. That shit's gone. I was way overthinking that, and it did good, don't get me wrong. I took a picture of all the settings. It did what it was supposed to do, but that happened on like 5 videos 2 years ago, and I was still trudging through dealing with that many audio lines for no reason, because I don't even use that audio program anymore. Overthinking, over-engineering as usual. So I stripped all of them out. There's only one thing being put out and only one thing being recorded. Which means I now don't have necessarily the correct formulas anymore on the audio. But second from all that, for some reason, and I cannot figure this out, what the little bar that my program is saying I am sending out to you guys, my heater is still on, that I'm sending out to you guys, whatever it says is off by about 10 decibels. So I am showing that I am recording right now at -2, which is like, you're clipping. Why the hell are you dumb enough to do that? But I know for a fact, due to recording and seeing the stream, that you guys are getting the decibels as -12. I half fixed that at one point, and then it came back. I don't know why that's happening. Another reason why I have no clue what the hell is happening with my audio. So basically, there's something on my computer that just means that whenever I record or do anything, it's 10 decibels minimum quieter than what I'm hearing. So which makes it even more obnoxious because I can't figure out how to fix for that. So, yay. Rant plus or minus 10 decibels. Exactly. So right now I'm staring at that little audio bar, you know, the thing that gives you the warning, and it's in the red. It's in the you need to shut the fuck up area. And I now know from my math on the Thursday stream that basically means I'm in the middle of yellow. That's what I'm gonna have to go with. I don't know. We're gonna Kentucky windage this shit. Yeah, my audio is an enigma. I can't, like I said, I thought maybe I was doing it. I've stripped out so much crap, and I had it fixed for like the 3/5 of moments. It had something to do with Realtek audio control panel. And I did something in there and it worked. And then I clicked a button. You should not have clicked the button because it doesn't let you unclick the button, making it an obnoxious button. And as soon as I clicked that button, it went back to dropping the 10 decibels. So I got rid of Realtek. I was like, I don't know what the fuck this thing's doing, which let me control it with the old Windows way. But I still never got those decibels back. So I don't know. It's some Windows thing. I just don't know what's causing it. Obnoxious. But for those of you tuning in and or because I did not stream, I think last Saturday, due to my house being a pigsty, and I thought, you know, living healthier was slightly more important. We have the 3 memes for the base are a centralized waterfall, a diverse vegetarian fort, and circles. So that is what we are doing. Last time we got absolutely hosed. We had a fight that, while it was obnoxious, we did eventually win, only for the game to crash. And when I reloaded it, the fight went so far south, it was depressingly so. We went from over 100 dwarves down to 32, but the fight is over. We do have one, I forgot about this, we have one head up in the water, which we cannot reach, which I might just like cheat and kill that out of there, because I have no clue how that is in there. Do we have any necromancers left, or have they all died? I would be fine with every necromancer being dead, and I think they are. I think every necromancer has in fact died. Huzzah. We have a ghost to put down. Oh, we have like 2 corpses to put down. Fantastic. Yay. I'll figure out what to do with them in a minute. But this is where we are. Like I said, I believe I've now got an automated code. It should be impossible. I guess technically this is underground. I do have a code that should theoretically be saving about every 45 days. Again, I don't know if he's here, but if he ever does show up, you know, shouts out to Kleinodev. Alpaca's been missing for a week. Kleinodev, where's your button now? Thought I had a button for Kleinodev. Why don't I have a button for Kleinodev? And I created a button to create clips. It's probably not going to work well. Probably gonna have to go back, because you guys, and I understand most of you are on phones, but I do my duty and I create clips in other people's channels because I'm a nice person. And you guys let me flounder with nothing but quotes. We have people like, what's his name? I'm forgetting his name right now. The Wizard. Wizard's name is Radu. Radu Constantine. There are people who have freaking shout outs and we've been rated and it gives you like clips from their channel, but I don't have clips. It makes me sad. All right. What do we have? Am I still in military alert? I am not. Do I still have a military? I do not. Use online is getting promoted. There you go. Now we have a commander. We need to start purging things. We're going to have an issue for the for the foreseeable future. You're about to say, no, I'm not on the stream starting screen. Yay! Could you hear me the whole time? I'm honestly going to write that down. Because that means that for some reason they weren't sending out the correct graphic. Who was it that was stuck on stream? Dragoman. Dragoman was stuck on stream starting. And quick question, Dragoman, are you watching on a phone? That's honestly my big worry for the bitrate, is having a bitrate that works with phones. Probably, yeah, I know. Yes, I'm on phone. No, I know, Eldrish. I understand completely that it's not on my end. But if it's an issue with Twitch and bit rates, like, I wouldn't necessarily want to, but I might be able to lower the bit rate a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? Particularly if it's something like Dwarf Fortress. It's not a high action game. We have some units. What is my graveyard like? Oh, that's right. They got rid of every single coffin I had because they're assholes. Who does that? Just uninters all the dwarves and leaves their bodies hanging around. Build construction wall. We'll have to secure this with, I guess, a bridge? Really secure system. I know how to do this. Watch and learn. Pause. DH. I had it as a central stairwell. But what if I didn't? What if I didn't? If I'm doing this, I have to do it as essentially a circle, right? Trying to think of how to do this as a circle. No, the U-bend idea is just not going to work. Build construction wall. Here's what we're going to do. Shirt block. Shirt block. To be fair, the thing to the right should have also been like this. I realize it's just a stairwell, but it's not honoring the true and proper circulitude that we've come to know and love. Give me a ramp right here. Yeah, we'll just have to do a bridge on the left. Actually, that is a good point. I've completely forgotten to verify that that list is matching the amount of living dwarves. You have a good point. Hold on. Before we get further, that is something I absolutely need to have working right now. I never actually updated that list to make sure it was matching what was matching. Scripts, total dwarf, open script folder. Minimize you. Total dwarf dwarves. Admiral Wiley exists. Alapega exists. Azrakhan, Bastet, Suloic. Domine does not exist. Dragoman exists. DV Music. Eldritch exists. Harold Beaver does not exist. Hakios 888 exists. Hellfire Skyrim, you are dead. Jelzinovic. Cyrilak. Tchulu. Zakthos. Your favorite normie. Yost Only Wanderer is the one that's off. And I don't remember how to spell his name correctly, so we're going to leave that as it is. All right, the script should work now. It has been updated. Hekios is dehydrated. Why is Hekios dehydrated? Can he not get up? I guess not. I thought you could get up from there. All right, well, here's what we're going to do. DH priority 1. We're gonna free him up. Daddy After Dark, yes, I'm so sorry. Yes, I should have been clear on Monday. So I, right now, stream 2 days, even though they are longer streams. A sensible person would just stream for less time across more days. And at some point, I'm probably going to bite the bullet and do that, as that is what is sensible and makes total sense. Right now, I stream on Saturdays and Mondays. Saturdays are the Dwarf Fortress simulation style games, unless it is around my birthday or it is around spooky Halloween time, in which case Saturday can be overwritten. Monday is more the RPG days. So Pathfinder, Persona 4 Golden, redhead with the glowing tit crystal. The fuck is the name of that game? I forget the name of the game. The redhead sword who's got the magma laser and the glowing green tit crystal. No, not Control. What was the name of the game? Come on, chat. Xenoblade, thank you. Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Control Fatal Frame 0. The roller is broken. That's never good. Hold on. Oh, it's not saying I'm doing Dwarf Fortress. There you go. Now it should work completely. I forgot to actually turn on that I was streaming Dwarf Fortress today. Glowing chest crystal in the game. Dwarf 9 for Domine. 1, 8, 9. Domine, what are you up to now? Are you up to like 4 or 3? Because I honestly don't remember. I'll do 3 for now, unless I can find proof that there already was a 3. 8 for Hellfire. 7, 8. You're on like the 3rd or something too, aren't you? What are tit crystals? All right, hold on. I'll explain that one in a second. Hellfire, your name is too long, as usual. That'll give me another 1. If I take out the L, that'll give me the 3. That should work. Met that through. Coca-Cola got 6. I think you're on like 4, aren't you? Or no, you're on 2, you're saying. Finally died. Again, we'll figure out the specifics in a minute. Daddy After Dark. In Xenoblade Chronicles, hold on. One last thing. Why is no one farming? Not farming. I do have an excavator. But we do also have another hauler. Your favorite normie can also be a secondary excavator. In Xenoblade Chronicles, you play as this child who is a thief. And then some people hire you for being a thief. And then you go onto a boat and you find a stasis coffin thing. And inside it is a redhead who's like wearing like she's really a robot, but it just looks like it's a redhead wearing like a cybernetic bodysuit style thing that's all red. But right here in her cleavage is just a gigantic glowing green crystal. And the reason why, like, that's what I'm focusing on is that at least where I am in the game is everyone's trying to find the girl. Everyone's like you were in town and everyone's like, we got to figure out where the sacred weapon is. And it's like, well, what's her defining feature? I don't know. She's the only person walking around with a giant green freaking glowing emerald in her cleavage. Like, it's inset in her flesh, like flesh, metal, because she's android or some nonsense, metal, giant green glowing thing. And it's like no one can find this person. And it's like, green titty. Like I would literally just overwrite, like, give me a defining feature. Don't even know she's a redhead, because you can dye that. You cannot dye the glowing green crystal, and it's huge. It might as well, it's so big, it might as well be like a third tit. It's like, but no, we can't figure out where she is. We have no defining features. Blows my mind. So that Daddy After Dark, that is what I'm referencing there. Well, because here's the thing, like, it genuinely even becomes a plot point. There is a one of the big bads who's looking for you. He's colorblind. So because she's red and the crystal is green, he can't identify that they're two different things, which is funny. I'm not saying anything against it. I like that little additional, but it does mean that everyone else is just like, they have no excuse. Like the developers have clearly put attention to this. If one of the characters is colorblind, okay, that means this is legit a thing. It's not just a weird gameism. Why is no one else paying attention? Like, why does nobody else find the chick with the glowing green crystal in her cleavage? All right, did that one guy get out? I think so. If he was here, he could go up. He could go up. Yeah, he's out, wherever he is. All right, so for the beginning of this, though, before we can get started on any new projects or continuing with our old ones, we're basically in oh shit mode. Someone's doing this, but where is he? We've got to, a lot of people are ill too. I don't think I have a patient. I don't have a hospital. Do I have any extra beds? All right, it's not the greatest solution, but I could try to create a bed a little emergency hospital right here. Again, not the preferred solution, but it'll have to do. I missed the Hellfire swim team. Oh, gotcha. I want to be in the military by Hellfire Skyrim. There we go. I forgot I had taken the E out of your name. Has become a recruit. Cancels give water, no water source. That is awkward. Especially when I know there is a water source. Boom. Water source. Problem solved. All right, that is what I was kind of worried about. Nothing's going to happen with that head, and I have no easy way to get that head out. So, how is it we kill things again? Just kill? I know it's not Die. Die quits Dwarf Fortress. We literally can't get in there, so the entire base is unusable while he's in there. Dragoman and Dominate also. Yes, I do see them. Dominate and Dragoman. You're right. You were right. All right. Everyone is in the military. And Dominate wants a sub. That reminds me. Hold on. Gift a sub. Complete purchase. Dominate, your sub is on the way. Did I do it? Gotta up the volume on that so that's hearable.
RN Strategist gifted a tier 1 sub to Domine.
To deal on Domine. There is a person on Twitter. I'm trying to fix my Twitter. So I'm actively like clicking Admiral Wiley. Dominate everyone. Oh, it's because you did a random one? I think it's because you did a random one. It should still say something. I'll write that down. Random sub voiceover. So as you guys know, my Twitter is borked. So I'm figuring that the reason is because I'm just avoiding a lot of things and not actively going for what I do like to get it to give me better things. So I found a comic artist from clips on YouTube on Twitter. Yeah, it just doesn't do it if it's random. It's weird. Coca-Cola wants to be in the military. Coca-Cola, you're already in. Called Century? She does like comics for Roman stuff, but she also does like other timelines, but most of it's just Roman stuff. A bunch of them are really fucking funny. But one I bumped into recently that I thought was pretty good, even though it's more, we'll say, risque, is let's talk about the different types of weapons. So at one, it's like machine gun, and there's like a chick that's just like gunning someone down, and it goes submachine gun, and it shows like a mafia chick shooting someone with the submachine gun, but the whole time the gun, instead of just doing bullet sounds, is just screaming, "Squeeze me harder, mommy, squeeze me harder." Because apparently that's the only difference between a machine gun and a submachine gun, is how hard that trigger just really wants to be squeezed. I'm scared. Feel my thrust. Maybe I may be a spear dwarf. Hold on. I'm about to remove some things. Is it slay? Oh no, exterminate. Undead? Did that work? Or are you dead now? Well, there's now a bunch of smoke for some reason. Why is there smoke? Those are just ghosts. Don't know how to get rid of the putrid corpse. Exterminate's not the right one. Is it exterminate unit or some nonsense like that?
I feel unstoppable.
No, exterminates off of race. Damn it. Whatever, I got rid of the one that we're scared about. That one's an issue for down the road. Oh, are we hyping? I can't see the hype. I don't think I contributed to the hype, do I? I'm not allowed to. I can't hype myself. You know, I'm fine with the ghosts. I just didn't want that unreachable head up in the freaking water supply, making everyone freak out constantly. Now, is that head just gone? I guess so. Maybe we turned the head into smoke, and that's why there was so much smoke. Either way, the water supply is essentially clear. A lot of body parts in there. It's not the cleanest of waters. And someone is making more coffins. I gotta enable the coffins, but whatever works. And got like an entire base of dwarven corpses to bury, so we don't have the ghosts anymore. Yeah. No. Yeah, we're getting two different things. I can auto dump these out if I really want to, which at some point we all know me. I'm going to want to, just because I don't like the icons in the water. We don't need to worry about that right now. The thing that I was having an issue with is we had an undead enemy head sitting on the grade of the waterfall, constantly screaming boo at the nearby dwarves and scaring them so they weren't doing their job. Yes, this is how we get calcium in the water. It's great for teeth. What I can't believe that I just realized right now is I never did the second row of our circle. Kind of makes me wonder what the point of the first row was if I'm not doing the second row. The alpaca, he's dead. He's dead, Jim. All right, and what are you? You're not right. Food stockpile. Nope. No, you're not. All right, we have a lot of people socializing or something. We're about to have a bunch of people stop doing anything entirely as soon as I make this a hospital. Because we're all gonna be like, I'm thick. Build container. Put a container right here in the middle of a date palm chest. Do I have any extra tables for surgery? I do. It's not the best place for a hospital, but it is the best place for a MASH unit. So that is now going to be our MASH unit. It'll work for now. And do I have any more? I don't. We're going to need the other stone blocks at some point. Now, weird thought. Follow my thought. Let me bring up paint. This will be an easier thought to follow me in paint. All right, we have the water coming down, right? Water go whoosh, water go whoosh. You can't stand in a well because a well is just a hole, right? You need the well to get the water below. So anything below that must be open. Now down below, we have the river that the water is whooshing into. If I somehow build down into it to the tune of two wall high, right? So this is secure. The water falls into it. Then the water overflows by 1 unit or so, whatever it takes. And then because the wall in this area is only too high, it overflows into the regular river, ensuring that I have a 2 amount of water in the well, but any excess is in the river so that I don't flood my base. So I would need to do that down here somewhere. Like right now I could just build a well, but you kind of don't like, you want the well, I think. Why did I hear that twice? Hello. Dwarf number 6 or Magna Dracomon. Because The issue is if someone dodges into the well, which they're not likely to do, but we've seen our luck with people dodging into the one square they don't need to dodge into. If someone does that, then they're in the river and dead. Like, I need a way, like, where that water would be to be stairs or something so that they can get back out. I don't know how well that would work. You got Dwarf 6 or Magna. I'm just going to assume 3. Magna Dracomon, you can't be a 3. There's not enough for you. There you go. You have died too much, officially. Dwarf! To drown the base in fluff.
Sir, there's some more dwarves that have arrived.
Really?
Oh, excellent. Hopefully someone brought a cat. I love cats.
Now is the time that you guys think it is appropriate to be showing up? What am I using? Shirt? I believe I'm using shirt. Oh, some of it would need to be there as well. And I'll need to build a bridge. Build bridge. I need the bridge to raise. Like so. Also built out a shirt. Build construction. Yeah, whatever. I'll say maybe we should have some floor in there, but whatever. Let there be grass. It's for the dead. Don't you wish a necromancer on me? No necromancers, though we did get a bit in that wave. We went from 24 to 32, so we got 8. I don't know if the migrant count is correct. We'll just do one. And you want a full suite, Hellfire. All right. That's the autosave. We're not doing anything yet. Because if I'm right... No, I am right. But we might have 2 saves at the end of December. I'll have to see what ends up happening with these saves. But I think that worked right. The autosave is working. Like I said, we're just going to have twice as many saves. Apparently, from what I got out of Clino Dev, possibly the reason why I crash as often as I do, which isn't that often, but it's always right after important events. You ever notice that? Like, I'll be fine for hours and hours and hours after streaming. Win one victory, guaranteed to crash 5 minutes later. Fucking baffling. Now I'll only lose about a month and a half, which shouldn't equate to that long. Anyways, you said you wanted a full suite. I think Hellfire, yeah, I can give you one, but this does mean that you're out in the middle of nowhere, so good luck with that. You're the only one who lives out here. I'm sure absolutely nothing bad will happen to you. Good luck with that. I mean, the doors did hold up last time. Ish. Actually, that's a good point. This should have just been a bridge the entire time. I don't know what I was thinking. If I just made it out of bridges, it would have held. Name a KV. We don't have any KVs. They're dead. There's no KVs. So no, I can't. They is AMs all dead. Dragoman also wants a full suite. Everyone wants to die, I guess. Build bed. How was I doing this? Bed in the back corner. Chest in the opposite corner. Or bag, whatever I can get back here for now. Cabinet. No cabinets. How do I not have a cabinet? Table on the outside. Chair on the inner outside. Just ignore the corpse. Name a doggo Fliff 2. What does that even mean? I feel like that's something bad. That is I've not heard that word, and I feel like that's something bad. How do you rename? There you go. That's because it's a name, not a word. No. No. First of all, names are words. Let's start with the basic tier of this argument. Names are words. 2, a lot of bad words, like all the bad words in languages are all names. They're all something you call someone. That is what makes it a bad word. One version or another, because someone's gonna be like, well, you know, when you say, you know, fuck, that's not a name, except for you can easily just say you fuck. So it can be. You can't just be like, it's not a bad thing because it's not a word, it's a name. That's just wrong.
Changed my mind.
In all parts of that argument that I wish to argue, that is just not a correct statement. That is not argued anything. You fuck. Calling someone a Karen. Why did they get suspended? Get unsuspended. We need to build more. Jill Zinovic has ended a mandate. Perhaps we will live today. So many dead bodies. We're gonna have like so many negative mental states. All right, here's what I want to do. Build Y, corpse pile. Well, we don't have any idlers. I shouldn't be trying to create something new for them to do when they are all somehow or another very clearly busy playing make-believe. Or a Chad. All right, done with that. On to the actual proper, you know, water. Liquid sustenance. What happened to that hospital, by the way? It didn't get used as much as I thought it was going to get used. Is it because I didn't have a chief medical? You know what, Dragoman? You can be the chief medical doc now. I have hired you as such. Congratulations. We don't have a manager. Meaning everything in the manager's thing is not going to get worked on. Meaning bad times. Didn't I create a room somewhere just for the manager? I thought I did, but on the off chance I didn't, I'm gonna create a little table and chair right here at the end just for a manager. Dr. Dragoman. Yes, everyone trusts Dragoman with all your wounds. Nothing bad will happen. He has been certified by the Columbia, the Medical College of Columbia. Don't worry, eventually he'll be certified by a college in America. Boo. All right. So many dead, so little time. Do I have more coffins? Basically, at the end of the day, Flip's just a typo that became a characters that happen to be the best bat's name. When someone gets a 1 dead, they come to me. Don't discriminate against Dr. Dragman just because a doctorate is written in crayon. No, it's it was actually a reference. Those are beds. Those are beds. You can't bury people in beds. No, there is a show called Community. It's a comedy. It went for like 6 seasons. Basically, it led to Infinity War and shit like that. Marvel. It's a fantastic TV show. Anyways, in it, there is a lawyer by the name of Jeff Winger. And he got fired from his law firm because he lied about his degree. And in one of the jokes from the first episode, he meets an old friend of his and he says, yeah, I got in trouble for not having a degree. The friend goes, I thought you had a degree from Columbian Law School or something like that. The implication being like Columbia, like, you know, one of the cities or whatever. And the reply was, well, yes, now I need one from America. Which is just a really good setup. Especially as it makes sense, because like the guy is set up to be like a sleazy lawyer, so it kind of just makes sense that is what his character would do. I'm thinking about changing that from over there to down here. That way, even if they fall, they don't fall into the river. Oh, wait, no, I can't, because that's where the water's coming in. Duh, that's why I have that issue. This is where we are transposing water. All right, people are getting buried. We don't have any idlers. But hopefully we can start putting ghosts down. You know, whenever. Yeah, everyone is genuinely doing things. They're just constantly busy. You need to encase the bed in stone. What bed? Oh, you're talking for burial? No. No, we're good. What I need is mechanics workshop. So I can pull drawbridges. Closed. Probably have one for this in this building, and we'll have the one for this be in this one, so they can secure themselves. Are any necromancer towers in range of us? I don't think so. I think the only necromancers we've had recently were ones of our own society. Yeah. Yeah, if they're not necromancers from us, then I don't think there are any nearby. Oh, there's one down here. How far out are you? Well, it's not giving me specifics. Well, that's a tower. 3 days out, give or take. So kind of close. Within a week. Why? I'm still waiting for you to die a horrible and painful death. Well, thank you. Thank you for your support and courage. All right. I'm not going to get that done anyways. Let them... What are you guys doing? Storing items in stock. A lot of storing is happening. Why are you hauling up stone? 1. Why are you hauling up stone from the right side? 2. Stone should be getting hauled from the left side. Is this door locked? Oh. That seems way loud to me. Because they don't connect to that anymore, so they have to go all the way around. This is what my issue is. Hold on. What if you stopped hauling stone? I'm not too worried about stone hauling right now, game. No more stone hauling. All right. Now who got dwarfed? Faded Shots. Welcome to the stream. How goes it? You're not a profession. You're a nickname. Faded Shots. You got 10, 12, 11, 10. Faded, is this your first or second one? Did you already exist? We had a couple of mass deaths and reincarnations, so I don't know who's on what anymore. You're on your second. Okay.
It's funny that a lot of dwarfs died. I'd be able to handle that. It said a bunch of them came back and then died again. That's what caused the issues. All right, Alapega is still making coffins, which is fantastic. We're genuinely probably going to fill up this whole room. Something is wrong down here. And then some. All right. Our military is training. That is. Nobody said anything about the audio, so I'm assuming it's going well so far. Some of it sounds loud to me, or I am nervous that it's too loud, but no one said it's too loud. Yes, for anyone coming in a bit late, I have changed every setting known to man. And I'm basically just seeing if any of it's not working. Yeah. So my audio should now be louder than it's ever been, because I finally figured out that doesn't matter how mathematical I am, if Windows goes behind my back and just decides to apply a negative 10 dB drop, the audio will always sound quiet. So now I've got everything cranked up, but I suspect I hear at the original dB levels. So I suspect I hear 10 dBs above you guys. Those are just the guys that we have in the cages. They're just gonna die off. Not really an issue that I'm worried about. Yeah, no. So here's part of the issue that I tracked down on Thursday, right? Now, some of this is my fault for too many fingers in the pudding or whatever the phrase is. But like half of this is not what I was doing. So, the one audio line, not talking about mic, not talking about everything else, Dwarf Fortress to you guys, right? Comes out on the first computer. I crank that bad boy to 100% so I don't have to do any settings on that computer. Comes out on the first computer. Makes sense. Go through the HDMI into my splitter. So far, nothing's happening. Goes from the splitter into the Go XLR using the specific audio split thing. I'm feeding that into its line in. Okay, cool. So there's something on the Go XLR where I can control its audio. That is a control I have. I have the little, woo. So that, so far so good. So that's one level of audio reduction that can be had. But that is controlled software-wise like a microphone in the Stream PC. Regardless of that line apparently on the Windows setting can be set to how loud it is. So Windows had it set to 77%. Meaning whatever I did over here was 0 to 100 of Windows 77 setting. You know what I'm saying? So that was costing me dBs. Then, for some reason, it was filtered through the Realtek control panel that had the setting set to 80. So I was dealing with 80% of 77% of whatever I was setting. Thanks. Then it was getting into OBS, which could have its own audio setting, but I had at hard set to like -3 dB or whatever. It was supposed to be, and it bounced to what the mic's coming in at. That was the last line. So I changed the Windows setting to 100 because it used to be like 20 decibels down. I set the Windows setting to 100, and then I changed the Realtek. That's the seasonal save. Hold on, we're gonna wait a little bit more just because I expect there to be one more save in about 13 days because we're doing a troubleshoot right now, essentially. So I set Windows to 100, then I set Realtek to 100, and that appeared to get rid of everything and bring up the decibel levels the same. Then there's two audios playing. Then there was a button in the Realtek control panel. I still don't know what it is. There was a thing that just looked like a plug, like an audio plug. I clicked it, it turned red. I lost 10 dBs again, but the setting still said 100. Oh no. I uninstalled Realtek. I still don't have those dBs back. I don't know what that button did. Now I know what you're saying. What the heck? How do you know you've lost the dBs? Because I'm recording it on this computer. So what I was doing is I was recording, I did a sound file from the Frostpunk soundtrack where that sounds loud to me. I don't know how loud it is to you guys. Where I could see what the dB level was, and it was like, oh, that is this loud. Then I just recorded it on the stream on OBS, took the recorded file, transferred it back to the same computer, and just played them side by side, and the recording was 10 dBs quieter. That's where I'm getting the 10 dB drop from. And then I streamed it. I had a part of it where I was streaming, and I brought up a stream analyzer to have it tell me the audio. And the stream analyzer also said that I was 10 dBs quieter than what I was reporting in OBS. So I've lost those 10 dBs. I don't know why. Something to do with Realtek, maybe? I have no clue how to fucking fix it. Because if you Google Realtek red setting won't turn off, because there's no pop-up in the control panel. So I have no clue what that setting did. It's just a weird button you can click on, and it's just red, don't push this button, go fuck yourself. So I had a 20 dB reduction, raised it all back up to 0, and then accidentally reapplied 10. And I don't know at this time how to get rid of that last 10 to bring that back. I don't know what it's doing or why. But then conversely, if I took that same audio, weird thing, if it's 10 dBs quieter on when I transferred the file over to the computer compared to the original audio, it's 10 dBs quieter. If I play that audio on the other PC, it's 20 dBs quieter. So like it's a 10 dB issue on the computer. So like when it records it, it's 10 dBs quieter, but then when you're playing it, it's still 10 dBs quieter. So everything is just off by 10 dBs on the recording PC. You know, like I just don't know why. Everything's just down by 10. It's just down by 10. I don't know where this last setting is. It is, no, that's too quiet. It is the pain in my ass. Yeah. So there's just something, there's some Windows setting somewhere that is applying universally a reduction of 10 decibels on my recording PC. And it works on recording as well as playback and everything else. It's just a flat 10 decibel reduction. And I cannot for the life of me figure out why. Yeah, I've no clue. It's just decided. I'm gonna find like later that there's some weird special extra Windows 10 McUltimate driver that was gonna fix someone doing something on a Macintosh, and that is causing me a 10 dB reduction. So Like, if I show my screen right now, according to my screen, I am screaming at you at -3 dB. Screaming at you with -3 dB. But all the recordings and shit are going to be coming out at -13. That's just the mind games I'm having to play right now. Oh yeah, completely. Hold on. My heater is still on, and I'm warming up in the back. Now, we had a save in the middle of November. I forget when that save was. I'm just going to say 15 for good purposes, meaning that the 45 days after would have been beginning of 12, beginning of 1. That's not right. It would have been later than 15. I think I'm due another save. Does this tell me when it auto-saves? If we get to February 15th and then it saves again, then the autosave like sorts itself out. If that's how that works. And on that one, if that is how far back it pushes, whenever the next save is when I'll do the push to make up for the one I just skipped, and then we'll be on to the seasonal save setups or something. And that's just a Dwarf Fortress thing. All right, no, 114. Okay, so we are doing a 45 day and the seasonal save is also active. So one of these things needs to be changed. I see at least 2, so I'll do the full 10. Go away. Go away. Go away. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 6, 2, 3, 7, 1, 2, 3, 8, 1, 2, 3, 9, 1, 2, 3. Oh. There you go. I shouldn't have been fucking around with the green screen. My right wrist did not like that. I think so. I got them for Christmas. No, they are, I think they're Newberry Comics. You have caught me. I'm streaming in my pajama bottoms. It is a SpongeBob shirt. Look, I woke up late. I woke up late today. My thought process was I need a red shirt. I grabbed a red shirt. It is a bit comfy, but way too warm. I like being cold and chilly. From Elil has arrived. No, wait, we just saved. I have to end the game real quick. Yes, I have to end the game real quick. I have to take off the seasonal saves because otherwise we're going to have... Actually, does it back up every save? Hold on. No. Okay, it only backs up those seasonal ones. Well, then this isn't so bad then. Hold on. Don't need all those. Really wish it only back up the yearly ones. Oh, we could set the... If we were saving every other thing, we could set the seasonal to only back up yearly. Is that a good idea? Yes. It'll save me effort and time. Advanced yearly. That should make sense. I don't know if I need to exit the game completely though. I'll say we're gonna do a technical be right back. I say after everything already quit anyways. I'm a smart man. Let none question my intelligence. Shh. Big brain. Smirt. Uh-oh. We've done terrible things this day. How did saving and reloading freak the tile set? Please tell me it's just because saving came up first. Okay, we're good. Jesus. That's terrifying. Betty boop, betty doo doo, bitty bob beam bombay. All right. So we now have a 45-day save. Meaning I either have to do a 5 push every time. Which if it's not doing a backup, those saves aren't that long. Or every other one I still do the same 10 push. Shit, I already started. Gotta continue drinking, I guess. Is that a spider? Magna? What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's almost a spider. We are starting to get idlers. Which that can't be entirely right. Unless are all the bodies in? Mostly, yeah. All right. More coffins. Wow, this guy really started going ham once I got rid of stone hauling. Stone hauling was taking up a lot of time. So many dead dwarves, so many square boxes. Okay. And did that mechanics ever get built? It did, meaning I can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mechanisms for both the bridges. It's the Pokemon Registeel. Ah. And he's not a spider? I'm only seeing 7 eyes. Are we in agreement that that would mean he is not a spider? All right, we need a new manager. Domine, you look like you are competent. Let's get Domine a little study. You'll call that Domine's study. There you go, Domine. Domine with his little manager's cubicle. I am complacent, yes. Basically a steel golem. Ah, still has 7 eyes though. He's close. He's close to being Spooter. reconnect this. How goes the coffins? We're doing like as I don't know, Mike. Use online, the lumberjack has bestowed the name Van Gush Nakuth Noroliruk upon a steel mace, which everyone obviously knows means Killer Braid, the dead violence. We're starting to free up dwarves, so more and more things are starting to get done. We just got to get the dead dwarven bodies out of the way. That's my big concern, is the dwarven bodies. Once the dwarven bodies are out of the way, we can just get rid of the rest of the corpses. We'll like smash them or something. We just got to make sure we get rid of the dwarven ones. Do, 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 do. Now, do we have farmer? We have 3 green thumbs, because I just noticed that we have a rice plants. That's rice. That's not a certain semi-illicit substance. Watermelon vines are growing. Rainy plants, we're having issues with them. Now, processed plants is now set to go. That was based upon the manager. We didn't have a manager. So now that we have a manager, that will start get going. Permission to post an image link. Ah, this is Reggie Steel. Boop. I see. That's definitely not a spooter. I mean, everyone knows the best one's Butterfree. It puts you to sleep so it can drink upon your tears. Clearly, it is the greatest one. Everyone leaves in shame. How dare he get it so wrong? Doesn't he know insert Pokemon here is clearly the best one? It also has a few weak psychic attacks, so other than its stats, it has some coverage. Butterfree, I mean, Jigglypuff. So, in Smash Brothers, Jigglypuff is like one of my favorite ones to use. And remember, though, to be clear about this, I'm bad at that game. I cannot do that game well, especially when it goes all bright colors and different sides of the screen. My eyeballs cannot track the action. But I like being, I am 100% that asshole who just plays Yoshi to egg around, Jigglypuff to once every 1,000 tries get that sleep off so I can mess someone up, or Kirby to inhale you, drop below the ledge, and then spit you back out. Because that's what I'm good at. And I'm not that good at it. According to the Pokedex, Mad Cargo is a snail that is hotter than the surface of the sun. Well, to be fair, a lot of things are hotter than the surface of the sun. I think a lightning bolt strike is hotter than the surface of the sun. It's just the amount of time it's at that temperature. Like, that's the real issue. Oddly enough, I think the surface of the sun is actually hotter than the layer right below the surface of the sun, because the extra hot material pushes through that intermediate layer, whatever the name is, I cannot remember, and essentially lands on the surface, creating hot spots on the surface that are hotter than other spots on the surface, and in fact the layer that is right between the outer surface and that inner core, if I remember correctly. The solar temperatures are weird. But at the same time, I don't like playing competitive. Yeah, dude, I hate. Look, I'm sorry. If that is what you like to do, all the power to you. If you're one of the people that plays that style of game and only does like the competitive match, i.e. the flat, boring one with no items, you play that, you have all the fun you want, but I'm never going to play with you. I cannot. I almost probably could if it wasn't for the fact that essentially in high school, everyone loved playing that game. And anytime like there was a party or you went to someone's house or whatever, if that game was brought up, there was always going to be at some point where it had to become the competitive scene. And then everyone would just turn on that thing. And it was like, this is so fucking boring. I can only see that match so many times. And this isn't like with the new version where you at least have like a variety in the like the characters people can make. I think I'm talking about like Melee. I was like, this is so, who cares? Drives me bonkers. It's kind of like League of Legends. At some point, just I don't even want to say tryhards. Just at some point, the people who want bragging rights just fucking squash the fun out of the game. It'd be like if I was doing Wrath of the Righteous and I purposely made sure every single person was the absolute most broken they could be so that every fight I just laughed and walked through. Like, that'd be a fun thing to play as for sure, but it sure as hell isn't fun to watch. You're just like, all right, look, he won again. Huzzah. Yes, but it is always hotter than the surface of the sun. Why is everyone getting the bullet all of a sudden? I thought that was supposed to be nice and not give out the bullet too much, but apparently it is decided that now is the time. We still don't have any open ones, meaning it must have more dead people. More church coffins. I was about to say, he's taking long now, so we must not have the stones. We do. We do. Where's the mason? I'm just gonna make him grab with whatever he's grabbing from. No, I did not change it to semi-auto. So there is a rarely used script where you can Russian roulette yourself. And it times you out for 2 minutes. The funny thing is, though, despite being a 1 in 6 chance, I swear the thing operates more like it's a 1 in 30. Except for right now, where apparently it took out 2 people back to back. How many dead dwarves can we have? Can't be that many now. All right, where's the still? We still have 2 things processing. Cool, cool. Still is not. Why is still not processing? Do we not have brew drink? We do. It's active. Do we not have a kitchen staff? We do. All right, maybe they're just filled up doing other things. The honey badger is back. It must have left because I'm not seeing it. The elves are back. That's kind of the important thing. I can't trade with them. I don't think I have anything that's not covered in wood. Which blows. It does. Here's what I'm going to do. Oh, this is where the manager was supposed to be. Dominate now has 2 managerial things. No, I don't like this one. This one's not for the manager anymore. I decided that's not the manager's. This is. Oh, what I was actually doing up there. Build, trap, lever. Let's get a lever up here. And then in this one, build, trap, lever. If someone's in here, then they're in here. If they're not, then they're not. Well, I mean, look, I think we can all admit that the police in Persona 4 are bad at their job. Just full stop. No qualifiers, no nothing. Just the police in Persona 4 are bad at their job. All of them. Some might even say plot ruiningly so. So many coffins. All right. We have to be getting low, right? On the amount of dead dwarves we have. We have to be. There's only so much post-siege cleanup that can be done. How many... Are these rotting? What is happening here? Yeah, my farmers aren't farming. What are you idiots doing? Why are you planting seeds if you haven't even... You're literally letting plants die on the vines. I didn't know that could happen. Can you harvest better? Why you suck at harvesting? Also, isn't it everyone can harvest? Orders. Wood. Dwarves all harvest. Not a single dwarf has figured out that field should be harvested. I hate you. All right. What is your idea, Hellfire? Hit me with your idea. I have an idea. Val just holds a shield and gets beat. I mean, that's her job. So here's the thing. Like, I honestly... So for a game I am DMing, what we've done with Castigliere, I think that's his name. What we've done with Castigliere, I've made a character like that, slightly a bit better because I have the full access to the rules. But I have, like, I don't know where her character sheet is anymore, but like, I don't know why people hate on that type of character so much. If you look up genuinely, like half the things that I've said are my favorite builds and characters that I just love doing, if you look up those builds on like the internet, you'll find them. But you'll also find everyone being like, that one sucks. It's so bad. And I'm just the entire time like, I have no clue how do you play this game where that build is bad or where that's like the worst thing. After last stream, not Thursday, the one before that, when I had discussed Saint Sebastian, I had discussed the Saint with the Vow of Poverty and the Vow of Peace build. If you look up Vow of Poverty right now and anyone discussing it, everyone's like, Vow of Poverty is complete garbage unless you're a monk or a druid. And I can't figure that one out to save my life. I'm telling you guys. And I'm arguing for a build that's over a decade to a decade and a half old. I don't know when the Book of Exalted Deeds came out, but 3.5, Cleric, Radiant Servant of Pelor, You have to be human, because at level 1, you take Sacred Oath, Vow of Poverty, so you can get the bonus feat. And you get every bonus feat you can, including possibly Touch of Golden Ice. That one depends on the DM, whether or not, if you don't know, Book of Exalted Deeds put in a special series of diseases and poisons that only afflict you if you're evil, but it does more damage based upon your charisma. Don't know why. Like the person who's infected's charisma. So there is a feat called the Book of Golden, the Touch of Golden Ice, which is you are so pure, if someone evil touches you, or you hit them with a non-lethal or anything like that, then they contract Golden Ice, which starts sapping their dexterity, including things I think that are supposed to be immune to dex damage. Which is really cool. If your DM says, you know, if they hit you and then they contract it, then that's not on you for the Vow of Peace or the Vow of Nonviolence. Even better. If they say it is on you, then you might not want to take it. Because the Vow of Peace allows you to attack constructs and undead, things that are not alive. Cool. And the Touch of Golden Ice really helps with undead. Like you need it anyways, being a cleric in 3.5, Radiant Servant of Pelor. But if you look at all the bonuses you get and that they're designed to stack with the Vow of Peace, like anyone being like, oh, the Vow of Nonviolence is garbage. I'm like, I don't know what to do for you. You are just wrong. I have no clue how you look at that feat and or the Vow of Peace and come up with nobody should ever take this. Because what they end up doing is they compare it to, they compare it to the magical items that you would be getting with the Vow of Nonviolence. Which, okay, that's cool, I guess. But like the fact that the Vow of Peace and the Vow of Nonviolence stack in addition to all your auras more than makes up for it. And are like, oh, you don't have mobility. Be a cleric. Like the fact that they ruled out spellcasters is baffling to me. Like even a sorcerer would be amazing. And like you look at anyone talking about like you better be a monk or a druid or there's no point. That's all that you could come up with. Whoever came up with those hot takes. I'm like, you're dumb. What are you woeing, Faded Shots? I'm sorry, I missed part of the conversation. Huh, whoa. But yeah, no, continuing on while I wait to see what you're woeing. The Vow build I prefer to use, the way I use her, that's not suggested. People are like, that's bad. The Pounce build is, the way I would be using it is also not really suggested. It's only the Divine Charge that is bringing its damage up to more preferred builds. But even without Divine Charge, it's still doing a lot of 12 attacks with an extra like 3d6 on it. So what I would do with it, by the way, to make up for what I didn't do, what I couldn't do with Kestaglier, is you do it with a goblin. There is a racial trait with a goblin where you give up something, who cares, and you get a natural goblin bite. So you get an extra bite out of it. Mix that with dragon when you're going Dragon Disciple, because if you have dragon things, not just Naga, the Dragon Disciple pen and paper upgrades the dragon bloodline. So you'd have to mix Blood Rager with a cross-blooded sorcerer in pen and paper so that you could have Naga for one bite and claws, so that Dragon Disciple can apply, so that you can upgrade the claws to have it. Like you end up with like 5 bites in pen and paper. It's amazing. You can't really do that in Wrath of the Righteous, but they kind of half make up for it with the Divine Charge. I say half. At 5d6, it was half made up for it. At 8d6, it's more than made up for it. Yeah, the Ice Touch. Yeah, no. Touch of Golden Ice. Book of Exalted Deeds was powerful. The reason why, in my head, that a lot of people are overlooking the Vow of Poverty is a couple things. Is they're not taking into account more feats. And they're not taking into account stacking. So Vow of Poverty, there's a discrepancy in the book. If you look at the table, it doesn't tell you what happens at level 1. But if you read the text for Voluntary Poverty, it does tell you, which is in like chapter 3, I think, maybe chapter 2.
And what it is if you take the Vow of Poverty, in addition to all the crazy broken shit it gives you, let's go back. What is the Vow of Poverty? What am I babbling about? What is this nonsense? Vow of Poverty says, hey, I'm taking a vow that I have no items ever. And this is what a lot of people, the reason why a lot of people say it's weak. Because like, well, the items can be so much stronger than what you get out of the Vow of Poverty core with its bonuses. Basically, on its head, Vow of Poverty says, hey, you can't have items, but I will give you all the benefits of the basic items. So you get a bunch of stat increases, you get a bunch of armor of varying types, you get a bunch of immunities, so on and so forth. But like a lot of these are just free and permanent. Like you can't lose the item. But if you can buy your own items, you have the benefit of like tailoring your item to your build style and doing exactly what you need to do. Whereas with the Vow of Poverty, you kind of need to tailor your play style to what you're getting because your items, so to speak, have been set in stone. And that's supposed to be why it's weak by itself. Okay. One of the things though is as you level up in Vow of Poverty, you get bonus exalted feats. You get free feats. Now, admittedly, they either have to be vows or exalted feats. I can't remember right now, which is kind of a bit of a, a slight, your mileage may vary on that. But if you're going for someone defensive, the more vows you take, the stronger you are. Every vow in the Book of Exalted Deeds, and if you can get someone doing Pathfinder to let you do 3.5 books, essentially a 3.75 rule set, I suggest doing it at least once. It's an amazing, I really love it. But the hitch is, if you've passed the level where you would have already gained that feat, then you don't retroactively gain that bonus feat. So a lot of people, when they look at the rule set for the Vow of Poverty, they're like, oh, well, I'm now ready to take this at level 5 or 6 or whatever, and I only get this. It's kind of bad. If you take it at level 1, though, you get an extra bonus. You get like a feat at 1, 3, 7, 11. Maybe it's every odd number. I can't remember. You get a lot of bonus feats. This one doesn't count. You get a lot of bonus feats, including at level 1. And a lot of people miss that level 1 bonus feat because if you look at the table, it doesn't say a level 1 bonus feat. But if you read the voluntary poverty, where they actually tell you what the feat is doing, it specifically calls out that you do get that one at level 1, and it even tells you how to do it. It says if you're a human at level 1, or a way to do this would be a human, because a human gets a bonus feat. Normally you get 1 feat at level 1, right? So you take Sacred Vow. You need Sacred Vow for Vow of Poverty. It adds like 2 to certain things, like 2 to your diplomacy. It's kind of a stupid whatever, who cares? So you take that, then you're a human, you get Vow of Poverty. Because you're a human who's taken Vow of Poverty at level 1, you get a bonus other feat. Yeah, like I said, normally it has to be like a vow or something. Go straight into the Vow of Nonviolence. What you have now said is that humanoids and monstrous humanoids, you are not allowed to do any damage to. You can't do lethal damage. You can't do ability score damage. You are not allowed to hurt them. But all of your non-lethal DCs, they go up by 4. Sleep, things like that. As long as it is not causing damage, the DC went up by 4. You tell me, ignoring everything else, that you can't think of some reason why having your DCs increased by 4 at level 1 isn't a fucking strong thing. Like just off the bat, because everyone's like, oh, well, the items, you can plus 4 to your DCs at level 1. This works off a monk, too, for Stunning Fist. This is why people are always suggesting do a monk with non-lethal damage and Stunning Fist. That's why everyone's like, oh, only monk is good, or only druid is good because of the natural attacks. You can be a cleric, you can be a sorcerer, and do spells that don't do damage. I'm sorry, everyone, when they think of these things, only thinks of evokers, fireballs and the like. I don't know why. But no, so at level 1, you get a plus 4 to all your DCs. Then at level 2 or 3, you get a regular feat, and you get another bonus feat. So at this point, you go into the Vow of Peace. Vow of Peace does not get stronger as you level up.
it gives you all of its benefits right there. So at level 2 or 3, you are gaining a bunch of other effects too. Valve Peace is strong, but you are gaining a +6 to your AC in the form of natural, divine, and a prot bonus, i.e. a ring of protection +2, a deflection modifier at like level 3. And the Valve Poverty has started to kick in by its level, and it's already giving you like a +1. So you have the equivalent at like level 3 of being a cleric wearing full plate with no dexterity penalty, +4 to your DCs. Like, the math is completely there. Everyone talking about like if you find any of these things like it's weak. They're talking about like at level 20, comparing it to what you could be doing then. And the real question is, who the hell is playing to level 20? If you're playing to level 20 and you're like, my level 20 build is not as optimal as it can be, you're not even playing. Like, you wouldn't be why are you even trying to do this? You're doing a fucking pounce build. Like, that is like, that baffles me why that argument even exists. Why do I keep building beds down here? It baffles me. But what ends up happening in the Valve Poverty is as it levels up, it gives you don't need to breathe. You end up, you're immune to acid, lightning, and ice damage with fire resist 10. Pick 4 stats. One of them gets a +2, one of them gets a +4, one of them gets a +6, one of them gets a +8. You cannot wear an item that gives you a +8 to a stat. So it gives you a bigger bonus. It ends up giving you, I think, a grand total of like +12 to your AC, like through different bonuses. I think it's a grand total, not even counting dexterity increases or anything, like a +12 to your AC. And it stacks with the Valve Pieces +6. So you end up with like a +18 in addition to everything else, maybe a 22, because I can't remember all the numbers off the top of my head. You end up with massive amounts of bonuses. You end up with a double strength magic circle against evil. So you end up with like a +8 versus evil people. Like, your AC is pretty damn fucking high. And remember, this is not shit that can like be dispelled. It just is. Like, this is my AC now. Suck it. Your only thing is, you're only allowed to hurt undead or constructs. Like, that's what like really your major trade-off ends up being because of the Valve Piece. That's really what it kind of comes down to. Like, oh no. And everyone immediately rules out every support build, everything. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. That's dumb. Like, everyone, like, if you're gonna take the Valve Poverty, I can see by itself why it looks kind of bad. But if you look, literally, the Valve Peace calls out that it stacks with the Valve Poverty. It calls that shit out. Why would you not, in any idea of reading up the Valve Nonviolence, not also do the Valve Peace? Why? Because they want to punch with their monk. That's why they're like, oh, it's bad. It's bad. Because they're ruling out all the support classes. Every single supporter or debuffer. You can still hurt the enemy with the Valve Peace. Or not hurt. You can still target. You just cannot hurt. You can still do things to them. The only downside, role-playing wise, to the Valve Peace is you are not allowed to make someone be like asleep or something to have your friend kill them. If you are going to debuff the enemy and weaken the enemy, then your allies like have to kill them outright. Like they can't kill them if you've debuffed them. I.e. also, if somehow they only bring them to unconscious, they can't kill them as well in your presence because you're that peaceful. All that means is you just buff the fuck out of your allies so that the enemy goes from living to dead. That's all that means. That's such a weird niche window that people are like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to play with someone doing that. It's such a pain. Buff your allies, they'll be strong enough to make sure they kill someone in one hit. You don't have to worry about that trade-off. Oh no, they're unconscious. Now I have to let them live because I'm so honorable. If you have a problem with playing with someone like that, then you've never played with someone doing paladins or anything. Like, paladins should be playing like that, kind of, if they're a good paladin. Like, that's the good aspect of lawful good, is it's dishonorable to kill someone who's unconscious. That's a separate argument. That's a separate argument to itself. But like I said, it stacks. But if you've done all these things, if you read it through, and remember, you're getting all these bonus vows. So like one of them is, well, you you vow not to consume alcohol. You have a vow of abstinence. So you get a +4 to all saves versus poisons and the like. Okay, at a high enough level, you can't even drink or eat food because of the vow of poverty. Like, you don't even need to eat or drink anyway. So, okay, like that's not that hard of a vow. Another one is a vow of celibacy. No banging. But your character gets a +4 or +5 to all mind affecting saves. And they get like immunity to being able to like read their thoughts or something. Like, you get benefits for this shit. Okay, like most every vow ends up in your favor by like quite a bit. So again, everyone who just takes the vow of poverty by itself, they're like, oh, it's weak. No, the point of the vow of poverty is that it equals the items, and then it gives you all these vows for free, leaving all your feat slots for what your actual build is. You don't have to waste regular feats taking these vows. And all these vows are good. So if you're doing any analysis of the vow of poverty, you should be accounting for every single bonus feat, essentially tacking that other feat's benefit onto the vow of poverty, because you only got that feat for free because of the vow of poverty. So that +4 versus poisons, that should be accounted for in the vow of poverty. The +4 versus mind affecting should be accounted for. If you account for all these bonuses, the other feats that you're getting from the vow are giving you, you are way you're about even, if not more so, than the items anyways. Like, yeah, you could probably come up with extremely niche things that you could do with items that you can't be doing with just this one size fits all vow of everything build. But again, unless you're going for damage, like unless you're trying to be the damage dealer, like you could tank with this. You could be the tank and do all this shit too. Like I said, if you have a DM that rules that, hey, as long as you are not hitting the enemy, but they are hitting you and they contract the touch of golden ice, as long as they rule that that is not against your vow, you're a fantastic tank. Every time someone is hitting you with natural weapons, they are they are catching it as poison, whatever it is, and they are losing dexterity, meaning their AC is going down. If they hit you off the vow of peace, by the way, off the vow of peace, if they hit you with a manufactured weapon, their weapon can shatter and be destroyed. Damn if they hit you with natural, damn if they hit you with fucking man-made. Like, as long as touch of golden ice is ruled allowed by your DM, you're a fantastic fucking tank. Just go out front and just constantly get in everyone's way. Just do it. Like, all you need is like one feat that says on an attack of opportunity, you can trip an opponent. I'm not hurting him. I'm tripping him. Non-lethal damage, if that is allowed, or just going straight into a trip check. What are they going to do if you do a trip check? Oh, an attack of opportunity on you? What are they going to do? Hit you with their sword? There goes their sword again. What are they going to do? Hit you with their fist? Now they have dex damage. All I try to do is trip you. It's my fault that you got all these penalties. Like it blows my mind. Like, I was reading this 2 nights ago, 3 nights ago, after we had discussed this. I went looking up the old feats again. And everyone's like, no, vow of poverty is garbage. And I'm like, holy shit. It is like almost the second best tank build that I could think of in terms of actually drawing aggro. Because again, with this one, you're just tripping them. Don't even take the feat to not take the attack of opportunity. You want the attack of opportunity that this gives you, because by baiting them into attacking you, you're weakening them. And if you baited them into attacking you, well then guess what? Your allies can now run past them. Like, you are actively getting in the way. And then the whole time you're just like, hallowed be thy name. Please forgive these men the trespasses. There's no issue here. But if you've taken all these vows, if you look up in the same book, the paragraph on sainthood, basically you have to, was that a save? There's like a little save bloop and it disappeared. Must have been the month change. Basically, Saint is a template, not a prestige class, not a feat. So you have to work out with your DM that you truly have earned being a Saint. It's worth 2 level adjustment, which if you're a spellcaster means you can still get to 18, so you can still cast 9th level spells. It's not like a game breaker of a template. But if you can do it, and it's a lot easier to make the claim if you've taken every vow of feat and maintained every vow, then the Saint, like I said, Saint gives you a double magic circle against evil. So double AC, versus evil creatures. Evil creatures can't touch you just at all if you have that active. You can choose to have it active or not. So if you want to touch a golden ice, have it deactive. You don't want them being, evil summoned creatures. Should have been clear on that. If you don't want them touching you, turn that shit on. Means they can't do it. They just can't. You get a lesser globe of invulnerability. All your DCs crank up by another like 4 or 6. You get +6 more to 3 of your stats. No, +8. +4 to wisdom, +2 to dex, I think, and +2 to charisma. So earlier we had an 8, a 4, an 8, a 6, a 4, a 2. Remember, people are saying items are better, at least for stats, or in total. 8, 6, a 4, a 2. Then we got a total of plus, I think Vow of Peace didn't increase those, but this is giving you a 4, a 2, and a 2. So depending upon your stat, I'm just going to have them all together because these do stack. A 4, a 2, and a 2. So you've gotten a grand total of 8, 12, 14, 18, 20, 28. You've gotten a grand total of 28 to your stats. If you bought, and you would not be able to afford this, but if you bought a +6 item for every stat, you'd have a +36. If you purchased one of those things, and it would be expensive to get a +6 to every single stat. Like more than I think you can honestly afford, you would get a 36. Off of Sainthood and the Vow of Poverty alone, you've almost matched what it would take someone buying every single item to do to their stats. And that's if they were doing nothing but increasing their stats, nothing else. And you still have every other benefit. The like I said, the plus almost 20, maybe higher. If you're a cleric, you can cast spells. Like that is technically a slight argument as well. As a cleric, you need a divine focus to cast your spells. The Vow of Poverty says you can't own things, so how are you casting your spells? Couple things. One, if your DM says it, you don't need like a really nice thing. You can just have like a simple wood whatever to do your spells. It just needs to be a holy symbol. You're allowed clothing. You can have your church's symbol etched onto your clothing and use your own shirt. You're not naked as your holy symbol. But if that's still not allowed, there's just a feat. There's a feat to let you have a tattooed holy symbol. Whoopie-doo. So you can cast your spells anyways. Whatever else you are needing, you can cast spells for. It's not hard. It really isn't. Well, no, so here's the thing that you say people tend to react before thinking it all the way through, but this is what was in the forums for it. If you go look it up in the forums when people are discussing it, so they had time to think. The reason why I'm bringing this up, because I know a bunch of you were like, I don't even do D&D, dude. What the hell are you talking about right now? My point being, though, is that these are the forums are these not here anymore? They tore up the old slabs. Assholes. Are there any slabs? There is one slab that is not a memorial. All right, so math is on my side. Actually, what type of slab is it? Shirt. I'll do all the jet ones first. Because the forums exist still, if you were to look it up right now, this is what you're likely to still see. And these people had plenty of time to think it through because it's a forum post. You know what I'm saying? And there were discussions on it, and it like most everyone is in agreement. Like, oh yeah, no, that feat sucks. Don't do it. It's not overpowered. It's underpowered. I'd rather have the items. Dude, I do not understand. They're just wrong. I'm like, and it's not just like one forum post either or one thread. It's like across, forgetting what it was, the game min-maxing board, across Order of the Stick boards, across like any board that was discussing it. Everyone's like, no, it's weak. It's weak. It's Here's my thing. Here's what I do whenever I'm going to do a class or a build or something I have not done in a while or ever. Like if it's a new one. like I said before, what I'll do is I will look up the hand guide. Someone's already come up with an idea for it. If I need it like broken down, like, all right, here are the basics of it. Again, type in your class and type in like hand guide, handbook, or whatever. This all started in 3.5 with a forum poster by the name of Treant Monk. He like created the standard that basically everyone else uses today. The man's an amazing person. Treant Monk. Anyways, I was going somewhere with this. Yes, I'll look up their things, and it's like, oh, you're just looking up builds. No. The hand guides, the way they work is, and anyone can do their own hand guide. This isn't like a community. We all agree this is a thing. Is they'll break down every class feature and they'll rate it, how good it is. Teal, blue, green, orange, red. Sometimes someone does their own thing, does like a purple or some other nonsense. Who cares? But, and here's the thing, particularly if it's a good one, and most of them are, but some of them aren't, they'll tell you their reasoning why. This is red because doesn't work XYZ. This is super blue because this works in these scenarios which you are likely to encounter. Those are good ones. What I will do is I'll look up any of these guides, see what they've rated it as. All right. But most importantly, I'll look at their reasoning. And if I don't agree with the reasoning, I just don't agree with their reasoning. Ergo, if they've got it rated bad and they say because XYZ, and I go, XYZ is never really the problem. What is this man talking about? I know in my head that color scheme is backwards. Not the whole thing, but for that particular one. So that is what I will do to come up with a build idea. Is I'll see one or two hand guides people have done, see what they rated it as, every feat. Look at the reasoning, be like, well, he's wrong. I know I could fix that loophole he's saying, so on and so forth, then build off of my modified version of how it would work. I would suggest, not even like for min-maxers, if you want to roleplay as something, you're like, oh, I want to roleplay as this. A druid who does X or a cleric who does Y. I would still suggest maybe giving some of these hand guides a look-see. Because if you're wanting to roll, in my head, if you're wanting to roleplay as something, right, then you're going to need to be good at it, or you're going to need to know ahead of time what your weaknesses are going to be with such a build. Because some of these hand guides actually address race, feat choices, not every feat, but feat choices and archetypes. So it's a good idea to know what your weaknesses are going to be ahead of time and then build that into your role playing. If a class or an archetype, for whatever reason, is bad at rolling, say, fort saves, and a class is known for rolling fort saves, you look at one of these hand guides and they go, well, never take this archetype because it makes you bad at fort saves. And this is supposed to be the one thing you're good at, so you're not fulfilling a niche. If you're going to be role-playing as this thing, you now know ahead of time that your fort saves are bad. So instead of describing your, like, I'm making something up, let's say somehow there's a barbarian. This is a barbarian archetype that makes you bad at fort saves. Well, normally someone describes a barbarian, they're like, super lean, or like Arnold Schwartz, like Mr. Olympia, like, barbarian rage, things like that. You describe your barbarian as like this person with anger problems, but he's super fucking skinny and he looks malnourished. Then when it comes time for it, when you are falling behind what would be bad for a barbarian, like what would normally be good, those fort saves, and everyone looks to you, it's already set up. You're like, we've got a barbarian who's so bad. It's not just that you've roleplayed as he's skinny. Now your dice are reflecting that your dude is malnourished. Like, that's why I love the hand guides. I hate builds, but I love hand guides. Because, like I said, this gets a low rating compared to barbarian because it lowers fort saves. And fort save is a defining feature of barbarian. I've got an idea in my head for a dude with an anger problem, but who is also fucking a little malnourished jackass. This archetype would go for that build. Not that build, that role play. Yeah, no, I think the problem is this is the second one, so I have to push. Hold on, I got lost. And I got sneeze. I don't know how many I have there. I see one, maybe two. My thing is like just wrong. Okay, it's just the one. Boop. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 2, 2, 3. 3, 1, 2, 3. 4, 1, 2, 3. Oh. Boop. Well, no, faded shots. I don't know how long you've been buying computer parts or how to go into them, but I will say that there's going to always be some aggression, I'll say, to RGB, because for a time period, and I think we're coming out of it now, but I want to say about 5 or 6 years ago, for some reason, the entire community, the entire computer community, the sales people decided that the thing to sell your product was RGB because some people were using it. So everything became RGB. So it became impossible to find anything without RGB. So anyone who, say about 6 years ago, was trying to build computers probably now has a bad taste in their mouth for RGBs. Just because at a time, but the thing is, the numbers never reflected that. Like, it's not even like it's the people who are buying this fault. I have to deal with this. That's not even true. Like, the numbers never reflected that massive push. It was never that true. Like, there were people who did like it, and it like made for good. You know what it is? It was for sales floors. Whenever you not E3, the Electronic Entertainment Expo, there's another one that does like just computer things. I'm going to say E3 for this. If you would go into one of these computer expos, everyone's wanting to get your attention, right? So everyone's like, this is the new hotness. And the problem is there was a rule where like every 18 months, electronics doubles. The amount of transistors goes up, so on and so forth, blah, 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 blah. The issue is that's not held true. I don't know if anyone's aware of this, but that rule has been debunked purely because we've plateaued. We can't do more. We just, like, the big thing was Radeon 7, like, bringing down the nanometers, and they're trying to, like, bring it down further, but it's not every 18 months. Like, it's just so cost prohibitively expensive to make the thing smaller. So it used to be at one point to be like, oh, we have 12 million whatevers. Now we have 13 million this year. Now we have 14. Well, the problem is they started to plateau about 5 or 6 years ago, 4 or 5. Because if you think about it, we hit 5 gigahertz like 8+ years ago, and we're still releasing computers that can't do that. Like, we hit the theoretical, and then we just kind of, it just doesn't work. Like, you don't, like, your computer nowadays is only better because of new architecture to improve what it already has. It hasn't actually gone too much faster. It just gets more done with that speed, if that makes sense. So at a time when they couldn't brag about the numbers because it increased sales a little bit, like at all, like 10%, all the companies freaked the fuck out. And they were like, oh, well, if this is increasing sales and I don't have numbers to brag about, well, I guess everything is RGB. So there are people from the before time who will now be, I'll say, knee-jerk. They're gonna react whenever anyone mentions RGB because they feel like they were forced to do it if they ever had to buy it, or they went a period of time without having any because they just didn't want it that much. And they will say that, but again, it's not even people who liked RGB that did it. It was the sales numbers. And the numbers never reflected that much of a demand. But the problem is the only thing that reflected a demand because no one had newer numbers, or they didn't have that great a number. Because we're kind of starting to get into the weeds now, where the only thing you can really say is, okay, well, we can't get betterer we can't get better graphics cards. It's just not really happening. So what do they start doing? NVIDIA started being like, well, we have CUDA encoding cores. We have made customized architecture in our graphics card so that we could start ray tracing. That's what that comes down to, is they have a part of their computer, their graphics card, that is programmed to do ray tracing. That's what it does. If you're not doing it, it can be slaved to the rest of the card to do kind of normal constructions, but you need like specialized freaking shit in there to get that done. Radeon, I think they went off it. They're doing something new right now, but Radeon was trying for a couple of their cards to have high bandwidth memory, to be like, okay, well, for our calculations, we're going to make it to where you can actually access the memory faster and in parallel, allowing for a more parallelized operational segment. And it did work. It does work. The only problem is it was prohibitively expensive. They're basically trying to sell industry cards at a consumer level. It's kind of what they were doing. So it was way too expensive. That wasn't doing well. Remember, for as much issues as I've been having, I have a Radeon 7. Was it a good idea? Was it a bad idea? I'm actually on the fence about that. But like, for the weirdest shit I'm able to pull off, remember, before this last switch, when I had fixed what I thought was my issues before I figured out it was VBAC, meaning everything I changed in the settings wasn't wrong. It wasn't an issue with the graphics card. It was wherever the fuck VBAC is that was making those squares appear. Up until this stream, the last couple of, I'll say the last 4 months of streams, I've been doing everything on my graphics card. I was at one point doing H.264 to stream to you guys at the exact same time I was at 720. So I was having to bring down the resolution. At the exact same time I was doing H.265 to record at 1080. And my graphics, and that was all my graphics card. That wasn't the processor at all. So I was able to get both done at once. Very good at parallelization. But I tell you what, if this gaming PC doesn't somehow pull out better frames per second on computer games still, and it's an older card. So like, and that's what that's what they're kind of still working on. Now we just have a silicon shortage. But so for the biggest time, it was RGB was like the only thing being sold, even though nobody cared. Literally no one cared. Bean forming. But yeah, no. So there is going to be some hate. And what I will say to anyone on the receiving end is kind of just understand that it's not directed at you. This is just gonna be something that the community is gonna have. Like, it's not even like our community's toxic, so deal with it. No, this is like a very specific thing caused by the sales companies. So just, where's dangerous terrain? Oh, you walk through the water. Yeah, whatever. Basically, it'll go away. Literally, as that leaves people's minds and that's no longer being a thing, that's going to go away. Conversely, on the other side, if you are, remember that while your opinion may be based in mathematical things to prove it, it's not their fault. Like, they're not the ones driving that. It's the companies, because the companies have nothing to brag about. I would say that unless you're looking for RGB, unless someone's looking for RGB, remember that they didn't get sold on the RGB that got tacked on afterwards. Like, the product was made and then they crammed in RGB. You know what I'm saying? Like, both sides has to realize that the other side's not the issue. It's people who make the fucking keyboards. I mean, I am toxic. Well, no, yeah, I mean, yeah, there's toxic people, but I'm just saying, both sides,
Essentially, what I just want is everyone to realize that it's not the other side's fault. It's literally the computer companies, because them pushing it was way the fuck more than anyone was requesting it, like entirely. And I understand it. You had nothing else to push. That's what you push. Just that has caused some vitriol. My computer out there, or is it this one? Remember, I made the computer and then I made it have another case because I hated the first case. And I changed up some of the things around. I removed all the RGB things, not all of it. I removed a bunch of the RGB things I could. And that was because when I first bought it from whatever the hell that garbage company was, every option they had was RGB. You couldn't get anything from the computer company without it being RGB. It was the weirdest shit. I'm like, I don't need RGB. I don't need it. They're like, oh, but you're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. It's so good. One of the first things I did was not install any of the programs to run it. I'm just like, whatever, just let it do colors. Hell, all my keyboards keep being RGB and I ignore them. I've not changed this to anything. Like it just does. It just still does the little rainbow circle thing, and I just don't pay attention to it. The only times I've ever tried doing anything different would just be to set it all to green, because I like green, and then ignore it. Either way, don't have sex with a koala. Good to know. All right, now, while we have been meandering around in topics, I think I finally have a coffin that is available. I'm going to try to get a few more down to confirm it, but I think we're done finally burying dead dwarves. It only took the entire room, except for that right side.
Yes, I'll do it, but now it won't work.
So I'm going to take that off of, I'm just going to cancel that. We don't need more coffins. Thank you, though. Possibly. One of these just got suspended because he walked through a waterfall. Meaning, now that this is done, we have... Now, why do I still see corpses lying around? All right, they're getting tasked right now. They just weren't ever grabbed before. All right, we have finally picked up from where we left off. My drinks have been going down by a bunch. We're like 300 down, which I find weird because my manager is supposed to be handling that. It says it's validated, but I don't see it here. It is there. Maybe it's just not been whatever. Maybe I caught it in the weird window where it's just not in the thing yet. All right, so that got connected to one bridge. Yes. Add bridge. It did get connected to that bridge. Over here, did this one get connected to the other bridge? It did. All right, so those are good for now. We've gotten those set up for safety reasons. We've gotten the coffins set up. What we have left is just pure refuse and other nonsense. So these kind of need to get dumped. Here's what I'm going to do. None of you are dwarves? All right. I'm going to create a giant corpse pile. And then afterwards, we'll just auto dump destroy, or we'll dump it into a trash compactor. So I see we already had one, but it's long been filled. Which brings me to the next idea. I was going to set up a trash compactor. I wasn't sure where to put it. It basically needs to be here. You have a statue up there. I'm assuming we don't want the statue to be by the trash compactor. That would be awkward. Now, if I did it here, I could do it down here. I could have a trash compactor at one of the dead ends. I kind of like that, but I would need to move the smelter around, as I'd probably have the trash compactor off the top side. So build furnace, smelter, and I reposition you. I'm just going to reposition you down here for now. Shouldn't matter too much.
There's another disease that almost all humans have in one of three forms. You talking about chickenpox? Herpes zoster?
No migrants.
It's a weird thing. I'm gonna die to chickenpox. I am firmly of the idea that you're gonna see me in the news as some crazy 80-year-old dude who has died to chickenpox. It is going to be what ends me. I'm going to be removed from this earth by essentially a child's disease. Because, no, I've had it 7 times. I know what you're about to say. Strategist, you lying asshole. I've known my entire life you can only get chickenpox once. Let me tell you a tale of a body that for some reason won't build that autoimmune protein or whatever, which sounds stupid. I literally have it on my medical records. They put it on my medical records as chronic when I was a kid. So I got chickenpox, right? Everyone gets chickenpox. Then a few years later, I get chickenpox again. We go to the doctor, and it's brought up, why do you get chickenpox again? And the doctor basically goes, well, the idea that you can only get it once is kind of essentially technically a slight misnomer. It is possible, you know, if you're immune, for some reason, if your immune system's like reduced, or if you didn't have enough of a response the first time, like if somehow it died too fast or some nonsense, that you don't actually build the correct secondary tier to recognize the virus. He goes, but this time, you know, he'll definitely have it because it's like a full-blown everything. So he goes, we're good now. You know, it's not common, but it is possible, particularly if a kid gets it young enough, to have it twice. Or to have a weak one and then a strong response the second time. Yeah. So then afterwards, I got shingles. Now, if you didn't know, shingles is the same disease. Shingles is just that the chickenpox virus has laid dormant in you, essentially, and is now sought to return and is attacking your central nervous system. It's the same virus. So we go in, figure out what it is, and it's like, he already had chickenpox. How does he have shingles now? Don't worry. Shingles is the second reoccurrence of chickenpox. This can happen. Never you fear. Okay, cool. So remember, still a kid. I'm only like 8 by this point. I've had chickenpox, shingles. But the doctor keeps telling us, never you fear. All right, then. So a few years later, like 1 or 2 years, maybe 3, my sister gets chickenpox. She's like 8 years younger than me. She gets chickenpox. Maybe it was when she was 4 or 5. I don't know when. She's a kid. She gets chickenpox. It's all right. Everyone's had chickenpox in the family. So who really cares? Take care of the little sister. Wait, what's this? Strategist is getting itchy and seems to be developing a particular type of rash. That's not good. Let's bring him to the doctor, because after all, it can't be chickenpox. What's this? It's fucking chickenpox. That's kind of weird. Doctor, please fucking tell me, how is it possible without a, like, general autoimmune disorder for this person to go chickenpox, shingles, and chickenpox again? Doctor basically goes, I don't fucking know. Your body is not developing the immunity to chickenpox like it's supposed to. I'm going to mark this in your records that you're chronic. So it's in my records that I'm chronic. So I've gone chickenpox, shingles, chickenpox. I think I start losing it by this point. I either got chickenpox, shingles, or shingles, chickenpox. Or it just keeps coming back. And every time it comes back, it's, oh, I guess you didn't have it as a kid. You know, and it's like, I keep having this. Leave me alone. But it gets worse. So I know you're saying to yourself, all right, chickenpox, shingles, chickenpox, fuck it, chickenpox, shingles. If you've had double shingles, you're good to go. You just, whatever. If you go into the army will draw your blood like a vampire. Run it through their big old science machines while you're waiting to go into training and go, this is all the common shit you don't, like they ask your medical records, but they don't trust your medical records. They will literally do an autoimmune response on your drawn blood. Whatever you do not respond to, they make you take that shot. When you get in, unless you have some, like, you're allergic to shots or something, whatever you don't respond to, you get in that shot, baby. So guess the fuck what? That shit comes back, not immune to chicken pox. We gonna give you the army chicken pox shot. And I got the chicken pox shot in the army because I still wasn't immune to it. So at this point, it's almost like you don't go to the doctor because you don't want the bad news. At this point, I haven't been confirmed that that shot did anything. I'm just going to make the assumption that it didn't. And I'm just not going to be surprised when decades from now, when I catch chicken pox and everyone goes, how the fuck did that happen? I'm just not going to be surprised. I don't know what, but the thing that confuses me is, and I know what some of you are thinking, right? Autoimmune disorder. But like, it only applies to chickenpox. But because it's chickenpox and the story sounds so goofy, when I point it out to new doctors and I tell them the story, everyone kind of gets a, what the fuck? That's kind of weird. Ha ha ha, sucks to be you. But like, no one ever looks into it. I've not had a single doctor who's ever wanted to be like, yo, why don't you get chickenpox? Why do you get chickenpox? So I actually have no fucking clue why. I've never had any doctor being like, yo, that's no bueno. As far as I'm concerned, that means that there's something in my autoimmune system that is clearly not working right. Like, there's got to be something besides chickenpox, right? Like, that is such a weird niche hole to have in your autoimmune disorder or in your autoimmune system. But so far, it's the only thing that it's ever applied to is chickenpox for whatever fucking reason. So none of my doctors have ever been worried about it. They've all just been like, huh, oh well. Like that's the thing that confuses me is like, I don't keep this secret from my doctors or anything. I point this shit out to them too. And either they all think I'm crazy, even though you can find, like I said, it's in the records, chronic. None of them ever bothered to like be like, I would think that was weird. If someone came to me and was like, yo, my body is not developing an immune response correctly. Oh, do you have an autoimmune disorder? To chickenpox. Huh. How about that? I think even if it's like for a small thing, I would be like writing a paper on that. Like, isn't that what doctors are supposed to do? They want to find the weird in novels so they can have a paper written about it, like the weird strategist stream of chickenpox, but it's not even a version. It's just what I do to it. For all I know, I have a very, very unique autoimmune disorder that just says I'm a chicken. I have no clue what it is. So yes, at some point in my old age, I'm going to die of chickenpox. Yes, I've got chickenpox. Yes, I've had shingles. Yes, I've had it more than once. And yes, I've basically now gone and gotten the shot despite having had the chickenpox. Because my body just doesn't care. I don't know why. I do not know why. My body does not care about chickenpox. It's just like, oh, hey, Frank. I'm not Frank. I'm his brother, Franz. Oh, okay. Hi, Franz. Just lets him walk by anyways. Weird as shit. See, I'm going to die one day. Well, it sucks to be in the U.S. and Germany and Universal Healthcare would just go and let me test until I figure it out. Your body craves that chicken. So here's the thing, Durin. You're joking about that, but I kind of have that. Remember, I am a veteran, and I do have a percentage, meaning basically I have free healthcare. I have VA healthcare. Like, so it's not even like, oh, I'm worried about the cost. It's just kind of like the time investment for me to push for it. But like, none of the doctors have ever said that that's a bad sign. So it's just kind of one of those things like, well, I told them, I was adamant about it, and they're just like, well, that's not that bad. So I guess it's okay. I guess this is my life now. Chickenpox, man. But also, the goofy thing is, you think about it though. Literally think about it. The genuinely like terrifying, if you think about it, aspect of this, right? Is like, well, you know, at least because of COVID, quarantine. If someone were to have chickenpox, you can't get it, right? Remember, I've had shingles twice, which is the same virus re-emerging to attack your central nervous system. So I could basically just die to chickenpox doing nothing in my own house. Just at some point, that virus could just be like, fuck it, burn it to the ground. So I don't even necessarily need to have someone else come in and give me the chickenpox. I am technically, because that's a thing chickenpox does, I am technically possible for that shit to just show the fuck up and be like, yo, we back. You'll never know which other diseases you don't develop immunity to. This is true. That's what I'm saying. Like, so far it's been everything else. It's flus and colds and shit. Sucks to get a COVID shot, does nothing. Or yellow fever, etc. Yeah, because like I said, all the other ones, like with the military did that check. So everything else has worked. Like there wasn't like anything else that the military was like, huh, you know, you should have had this, or this is on your records, but you don't have this. Everything else so far has checked out correct. It's just chickenpox. The children's virus of doom. Chicken nugget pox. We had to do that in Japan. We had to get we all called it the rat brain shot. I had to get a shot for like brain swelling or something. I forget what it is now, but there's something that you can get in Japan that isn't really an issue in America. I forget what the hell it's called. But we all called it in the military the rat brain shot, because I don't know if it's true. I think it's true, but I don't have any proof of it. The word on the street was that in order to grow that virus, they could only grow it in rat brain material. So everyone just always joked that, yep, this is what you have to do when you go to Japan. You get injected with rat brains. No, it wasn't the plague. It was something that had to do with like swelling. I don't know if it was like hemorrhagic fever or something like that. Like, actually, now I'm actually interested. What the hell did I get shot by? I think this is the first one, so I don't push on this one. If I just Google rat brain shot, will someone tell me what this is? Rat brain vaccine shot army. Fuck. If I look for anything involving shots right now, it's all COVID shit. Army shot for Japan. Japanese encephalitis. That's probably it. That sounds right. I knew it was some weird word. Encephalitis. I typed in army shot for Japan and I got Japanese encephalitis. So that's gotta be it. Japanese encephalitis virus is a single-stranded RNA virus that belongs to the flavivirus genus and is closely related to the West Nile and St. Louis encephalitis viruses. Blah, 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 blah. That must be it. Japanese encephalitis. I just remembered it was some weird shot that we had to do in Japan. Yes, Bisk had it before me. I just never noticed. Those damn RNAs. Yeah, I don't actually know what it's made off of, but
if you find anyone in the army who went over there, they're going to call it the rat brain shot. Because that's what we all just called it. Did you get your rat brain shot? I think once you get on post, you have, like, everyone hounds you. You have 2 weeks to get the rat brain shot, or your chain of command is in trouble, which means you're in trouble. Because if you don't know in the military, if your chain of command's in trouble, you're in trouble. The phrase "shit rolls downhill" does not begin to cover how much trouble you're in if you get your chain of command in trouble. There's no downhill. There's a cliff. Shit falls down that cliff. If you cause shit for your chain of command, you about to get shit on you. Why is Hekios 888 not in a coffin? My coffins aren't filled, right? I'm about to start dumping bodies. Why are you dead, but not in a coffin? I find this weird. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. DBD. I'm gonna start clearing this out from the right to the left. None of these look like dwarves. That one does. All those. Pause. All right, got rid of a bunch of those. DVD. Any of you dwarves? Nope. Any of you? No. No, no. Stop at him. There. This up. This over. So we have 2 corpses for no reason. And then over here, I think none of these are dwarves. Kind of. I think some of them are goblinite, but I don't care. I just want to get rid of this. All right. So whose corpses aren't being handled? You're a dwarf, but I think you're not one of mine. I don't think that might be the issue with that one. It's a little more than take a lap. Yeah. No. But yeah. Nope, that is my weird oddity. I'm fairly certain, I might be wrong, but every streamer always has like something wrong with their body. Wondering if just everyone has something wrong with their body. I don't know what you are. You all get dumped. Don't know what you are. You all get dumped. To free up slots for them to start moving these things out of the damn way. I do need to create an armor and weapon slot. What I need to do is create a short way to get down there. Do we have stone that I care about? Not really. Like, there is a bit, but not enough. I never expanded the hoary seed. I engraved more, but I never expanded more. Do I still have... Nope, does not ask me for things. Just the guild hall. All right, they haven't asked for an upgrade yet. I probably failed the last time they asked. This is no such thing as a perfect body immune system. You're probably right. Everybody has something wrong with them. Yeah. This is true. I'm trying to think. Where are we in the game? Drinks are good-ish. I suspect that they've not been going up. Something is wrong with this still. I'm going to remove that still. I just don't trust it. Something's going wrong with it. Needs brewing or plant gathering. Do my kitchen staff not have brewing? Is that what is going on? No, they have brewing. Someone up here is cooking. Baited shots. Kitchen staff. Alright, so we have 3 on kitchen staff. Someone should be doing this. They're acting like they can't go over there. Now, I haven't really done the
Do I have someone assigned to this? That's the beds. They're allowed to go down there. I like that idea. That should be what the green thumbs are restricted to. Add citizens to the green thumb. All right. Green thumb should only ever stay in base. This makes sense to me. Someone needs something from up top. I'll worry about that later. Bisky, thank you so much for following.
Thank you so much.
That's got me nervous. I'm gonna check these audio levels later, but that sounded way too loud to me. But I know for you guys it's quieter. Wait. I have a thought. Why don't I lower what my headset grabs? That way it wouldn't sound too loud to me. Give me a sec. Where's the thing that controls what I hear? Mixer? Mixer. What if I lower the level on my headphones? By 10%. I don't know if that's 10 decibels, but I'll lower it by 10%. We'll see how that works. Mic monitor is still at 100. The problem is I can't even, at this point, I can't even hear myself. Like I can, but I can't. Like even at 100, there's just not enough feedback going through this to get back to this. Because for some reason, it always wants it to sound quiet. It's like, no, I need to boost that. But thank you. Thank you for following, for supporting, if for nothing else than to be like, yes, this man who's playing Dwarf Fortress and has ranted about Dungeons and Dragons 3.5, chicken pox, and Japanese encephalitis in the course of, I don't know, an hour and a half. This is the kind of man with an attention span I would love to follow. Sounds weird when you say it that way, doesn't it? Thank you. All right, one of the bodies disappeared. So they will get that body handled eventually. It's just not priority. I hope that's what we're going with. Now, we have space down here that I've been filling up. The problem is we have too much damn goblinites. So, what if we melt the copper? I have a smelter that I have moved. Melt metal object. Repeat. New idea. Workshop profile. Work orders. New order. Melt metal object. Melt a metal object a day. If there is at least a melt designated item. We do need coal. That way every day he'll automatically melt it. Build furnace. I need a wood furnace to make that damn coal. This is where we're going to piss the elves off something fierce. What are you doing over there? Oh, we're getting rid of all the trees and burning it so that we can melt down metal. Have a good day. We're gonna need to burn a lot of wood. Real question is, I need to start, okay, we have a lot of pots. Do we have any barrels? I gotta start getting rid of the damn rice barrels. Rice beer, 10. Rice beer, 8. A humanity. All right. Honest, we need to think this through. We need to plan this out. Let me get this sheet out of the way. Boom. I also lost my notepad somewhere. I don't know where the hell my notepad went. Dragoman, you requested a full suite. Did I never give you a full suite? I've just noticed that. Did I never give you a full suite, Dragoman? Am I just a mean person? I started to set it up and then never did it. All right, hold on. Did that bag ever get installed? It did. The only thing you were missing was a cabinet that disappeared. Build cabinet. Planning mode. I think it's on anything. Just build it there. It'll go there eventually. Build door. Planning mode. Boop. 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 Wrong button. Assign bed to Dragoman.
And then I cancel there. Now, this isn't able to be done quite so easily without DF hack. You'd actually have to build like the doors or something there, but shouldn't be too much of an issue. Nope, 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 not dining room. I don't know why I thought that. Throne room. There we go. Assign this also to Dragomin. There you go. Your suite has been done. I used to have grand mal seizures. Oh, those can be awful. Fucking, TikToks. He streams. He hasn't streamed in a while because he's been having a lot of health issues. But at one time, the health issues had not caught up with him. If you've never seen TikToks, he has... He wanted to say tetanus. Tourette's. He has Tourette's and epilepsy. Which was kind of weird in high school. Got me in a lot of trouble, him having Tourette's and epilepsy. He would have grand mal seizures, like the whole body, so grand mal, occasionally. But the thing is, he always came out of them fast. Like, I know they can be dangerous, but I think they're not that dangerous so they don't last too long. So what would end up happening is we would do Dungeons and Dragons and shit. We would hang out. And because this Tourette's, I would basically just develop a flippant attitude towards him. Because for a time, his tick was saying nerd. He would say other things, but always related to the word nerd. So you're DMing Dungeons and Dragons, and one of your players keeps being like, nerd, nerd, nerd. Keeps calling you nerd. So at some point, you just learn to roll with it. You know, you just be like, oh, okay. And you start, like, not harassing him, but like, you call me a nerd. You're a nerd. You're the one playing it. You know, I'm over here telling a story. I'm an author. You're the nerd. You know, teenage kids. You just start rolling with it. Well, the thing is, because we'd hang out all the time, me and him had this camaraderie where I just wouldn't give a fuck about what he was doing, which kind of worked for him because everyone would always, like, if you have that enough times, it kind of gets awkward in new places if everyone's always freaking out if anything is happening. So we became friends because I didn't give a fuck. But if we were ever in a group of people who did give a fuck, I would look like an asshole. So if like we're in the middle of the hallway at school, like near his locker, we're talking about like the campaign that day or whatever, or how player X is going to be late because he has to go to track or something like that, whatever. You know, we discussed this, and someone would take a picture or something, and he would frickin' drop to the ground and start having seizures. So what would I do? I would continue the fucking conversation. He's essentially mostly conscious anyways. Why, like, he's gonna be fine. And like, unless it goes on for too long, there's no reason to freak out. So he's gonna be fine eventually. Why would I bother worrying? It happens on a regular enough basis. So anyone who doesn't know what's going on, or even the people who do but don't hang out with him enough, I was the asshole. Because like, oh no, he's on the ground, he's seizing, and I'm just looming over him being like, yeah, so you think you're gonna be like, what, 20 minutes late, 15? Like, all right, cool. Am I getting a drink or anything? All right, no, you got chips today? All right, cool. Did you remember to update your character? Hey, did you update your character? All right, good. Fucking finally. Answer faster next time. I was always the asshole because this dude's having a seizure. But like I said, now, if you don't have that sort of setup or whatever, and you also think I'm an asshole, that is a fair opinion. Look, you know, on the outside looking in, that is a fair opinion. But I will point out again that he was my friend for a reason. This may not be the way with every single person who has such a setup or who has such symptoms, but, you know, having someone who's at the very least being like, don't call the fucking ambulance. He'll be fine in like 3 minutes. Calm the fuck down. you need to hurry the fuck up. You're making me look bad. Like, having someone to at least make sure the ambulance isn't called every fucking time was apparently appreciated. Caught a shelf on the way down, resulted in 22. Ooh, that sucks. Real danger is the time over 4 minutes. Yes, it's the time. So like I said, his were always short. So there was never a direct issue in that regard. I think you had something else faded. You can't. I think I know what you're talking about. You can't physically swallow the tongue. Yeah, I don't think he had, like, I know what you're saying. I think what it was is your tongue was in the back position. He didn't have to give you CPR. He could have fished in for that. But I mean, it's on you if you want to risk breaking ribs or having someone fishing around in your mouth, because it's tied to the bottom. You can't. Everyone always thinks like what that is. I know what you're talking about. That's what everyone says it is. It's not swallowing the tongue. You can't. It physically cannot detach. It's attached down there. It can, if you have a long enough tongue, invert. That's the thing that can happen. It's not swallowing, though. Swallowing would imply it's stuck down here. It's stuck up here. Yeah. No. That's what they call it. I'm not saying you're the one with it. I'm not saying you're wrong. I want to point out to the rest of chat, though, that if that is happening, you can risk breaking a rib doing CPR, trying to generate the force to get it out. Full CPR is not necessary. You can do the Heimlich, or this is also not necessarily a good thing. You can just root in there and fish it out. If you've come back to and you're in this situation, you cannot breathe, you could reach in your own mouth and pull the damn tongue out, because that's an awkward position and you're not going to be able to easily use your muscle to get it out. But you have not swallowed. You do not need to do CPR on someone in that case. Heimlich should do fine. It's not going to go any further. It's just the pathway has been blocked, and it's up here. It's like real close to the mouth. Essentially, it's stuck on the tonsil. Is what the tongue has gotten caught on. I just want to be clear on this, because a lot of people, for some reason, Hollywood always says swallowed the tongue. And they always no, CPR is not necessary in that case. You're going to break a rib, especially if you do CPR wrong. Actually, if you do CPR right. I think if you do CPR right, aren't you basically guaranteed to not even the rib, but the soft tissue in the middle to crack it? Yeah, hold them on their side or something. It's not as deep as you might think. Yeah, don't do it while they're seizing. I'm not saying while they're seizing, root around in there. No. I'm talking about afterwards. If someone has come to with an inability to breathe, there is a thing to do, and it's not CPR. CPR can work, but you're going to break something. You're going to make it worse. He pretty much blew in my mouth. Something like that, I mean, I could see that, because I could see that working. Real quick, let's look at pain. I can see that working. If the issue is mouth, top of mouth, sinus region, fucking tonsil, throat, looks like a weird duck. If your tongue is here, and the issue is, actually tonsil would be like that, sinuses go out to your nose. I'm a great artist. If your tongue is essentially flat back here and is obstructing the airway, creating a positive pressure in there could push the tongue down so that the natural muscle tension forces it to unroll in that way, and that could pull it out. I could see that. I have no clue whether or not how easy that is or how lucky, but I could see the physics of such a motion. Push up in cadence. Okay. I don't know when the next one is. We're going to be surprised. And I threw up in his mouth. Now, if you threw up, that probably means that isn't it possible if you mess up a CPR? No. I think you can blow into someone's stomach now, causing the vomit.
Again, there are a lot of things that can go wrong with CPR. Everyone thinks CPR is like this grandiose invention that is absolutely positively like a required thing to be aware of, or else, you know, people can die, when the truth of the matter is a lot of times it ain't doing much. Like it's kind of like in the military we had a class called CLS, Combat Lifesaver. Where the hell are you idiots going? Is that really the path you're gonna take? It's to try to do shit before the medic shows up. Basically 80% of the things that the hell just happened. Did someone fall? I just saw a bunch of dust for no reason. What kills 80% of people is blood loss in a combat wound. So essentially, the major thing is the application of the tourniquet. But part of it is CPR, things like that, to keep someone going. But there is something that essentially, like, you're informed of. You're not taught it in class, but if you ask about it, you're going to get it. You're like, the medics will basically tell you. If, like, CPR can fix, like, this window of things that's gone wrong, particularly if someone's, like, dead and or not breathing or whatever. But, like, that window is smaller than people think. And if you are beyond the window, it might not work. Like, you can do CPR correctly and, like, it just not be right. Like, you don't have the stars aligning for CPR to have fixed the situation. So if people are over wanting to do CPR, like if you're in a situation where CPR wasn't even necessary to begin with, you are risking breaking ribs and shit like that can cause major issues when it wasn't required to begin with. So my thing is, the reason why I freak out on CPR, particularly with like Hollywood and stuff, is that they create this idea in the public image of like, oh, CPR fixes this major area of shit. So everyone assumes you need to do CPR because they also, you know, they grow it in their head the other way too. Well, if it fixes all of that shit, then they can fix all of this shit too. There is a point before which doing CPR causes bad situations. And there's a point which afterwards where, hey, dude, you did the CPR right. It just wasn't gonna help. Would you say it would have qualified as a bro job? When something dies, subject might change, depending on how messy it is. Well, definitely. Yeah, like a blockage, probably CPR may not help. That's why a lot of people avoid helping. They get sued for breaking ribs. Well, I think they can't. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of people who try, so there is almost wasted time legally. But there is a Good Samaritan law, basically. As long as, like, it was right for the situation, you can't get sued for it. Now, if you're someone who's completely untrained, I think this is the one counter to it, which is why they always like, oh, make sure you have an up-to-date whatever. If you are untrained, then it has been argued in court that you should not have thought you could do it, because why would you think you could do it? You are untrained. Then after that, there's a gray area of, well, did you do the right thing? Yes, you're protected by the Good Samaritan law, but there is a gray area of, did the thing you do, was that ruled not the correct thing? Like, has CPR updated to where you no longer do step XYZ or whatever? If you're doing something that is out of date, well, then that could be argued as it has now been deemed that that is not appropriate. But if you are doing, even if you are not up to date on it, if the process you are doing is still valid, then you cannot be sued, as that is what you were trained on, you knew how to do it, and you did do it correctly. Then in those cases, while they can sue you, you're going to win that case. Like there's a lot more of, you're not gonna get in trouble, save someone's life. Now, just to add to this, and I'm not wanting to go down the second detail where I know the side, conversation could go into, there has been a couple of cases of someone suing a dude for CPR because he did not get permission to touch them. And they called it something, we all know what the word is, I'm not going to say it. That has been thrown out every damn time. Yeah, like it was in the news, like, oh, he's getting sued. He went to court, and then he just easily wins in court. That's not a thing. If you can save someone's life and you've been trained to, and they are unconscious and unable to give you consent, I forget the term, but there is an implied consent to save a life. Like, that's just, I'm not saying they won't bring you to court. I'm just saying they're not going to win. Yeah. Yeah. Like, there is some common sense when it comes to that. But everyone always hears of, well, everyone gets brought to court for doing that. Doesn't mean everyone loses. I could sue any of you right now. Freaking Faded Shots said Lamau. That somehow did something. I don't know. I could bring him to court for that. I'm going to get laughed out of court, and I'm going to get fined for wasting court's time, and no lawyer would bother to pick up the case, but I could file paperwork to bring him to court. It is a thing. That does not mean what a lot of people think it means. Does not mean that there is a reason for you to have gotten brought to court. You can just be brought to court because someone's crazy. Bridge. It's stupid, but I have an idea. Bear with me, chat. I have an idea that's just so stupid it might work. Build construction wall. This is going to have to be here anyways for shirt blocks, right? For the wall. Meaning, if that is a crushed zone, I could have a wall here, which I cannot put there, but we can assume for the purposes of what I'm talking about right now, a wall here. So beyond that safety wall, I could have a lever down one. Build trap. I'm going to need at least 3 mechanisms. Oh, I'm going to do a double dip cheesy McQueasy. Let's do this. Here's my thought. I'm going to build a lever here. That lever is going to connect to the bridge for the trap door. But a bridge is up except for the small amount of time that you have lowered the bridge to destroy something. Meaning, the majority, 99.99999% of the time, a bridge is in the upright position. It is only lowered and then re-raised when you're crushing things. When a bridge is in the upright position, it functions as a wall. It is a safe fail situation. I've got push-up. It fails safely. If the lever is destroyed, the bridge would still be up, as it is up most of the time. So, if a bridge is up, it counts as a wall. It cannot be destroyed. Meaning, by anything. Meaning that if it is in a fail up position, it doesn't matter. If I destroy the top wall here, make a 2-wide bridge, the bridge is up, but it still functions as a wall. Meaning I get the benefit of a trapdoor swishing while perfectly maintaining the circular format we're doing, because we wouldn't have a bulge further out for the bridge. Action cam for push. 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you can be countersued for wasting time. Fuck you, I'm refunding your friends. Zactos wants to know what his skills are. All right, hold on. I'll get to that. So, I'm going to remove this construction. I think there is a floor beneath it, yes? I might need to build a floor if there's not. I don't think you can build a bridge on air if it is a drawbridge. But the wall below, no. Don't trust that. If I ever get rid of that wall, I accidentally have a cave and be very confused. Either there is a floor or there is not a floor. Whose crotch was glowing? Oh my god, we have to get all the way back to Yakuza. Oh my, I've got a nested layer of games. I think, are we near the end of Yakuza? We're not even near the end, are we? We're like halfway through. Hold on. Is that a floor or is that just top of the wall? It says floor. Not sure I trust it. Oh, construction floor. Yeah, you lied to me. You lied to me. I'll do a shirt block floor. All right, who's getting Dwarf? Dwarf 12 for Bisque. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Bisky? Bisky, you are a furnace operator, which means you're going to be in the Metalsmiths Guild. CJ, you got 9, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Are we on your second or third, CJ? I think we're on your third. And CJ, you are a hauler. I just grabbed Final Fantasy Intergrade. What is Final Fantasy Intergrade? Is that Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade? Yeah, 7 Remake. Nope, still on that one on PC. Yes, I have that. We made good progress when I did it. I got to, where did I get? I got to the market. I have to start the side quest of getting stuff for Cloud so we can. Did I just get to the market? I feel like I got to the market. No, I didn't get to the market. Where did I get? I'm thinking like original Final Fantasy VII. Where the hell am I in that plot remake? We just got spin, pole. The girl who she dances with the pole. Aerith. Wait, no, that's wrong. It has to technically be a 2x2. Build bridge, raises up, has to be a 2x2 or it doesn't work. 2 jet blocks. Now it'll work. It's spelled grift? What's grift? First of all, those hands are trash. Those hands are the equivalent of like some of those random bosses in Wrath of the Righteous. Can we just discuss that for, not discuss that for a second. We acknowledge that those hands do not make sense. Like at the end, you're too strong, so they're literally nothing. But at the beginning, they're too strong. Like there's not a good linearity. Like they should be difficult, but not impossible. It's dumb. It's spelled grift. The remake resells. No, I'm sorry. I can't agree with you for this particular one. I can for how it's being implemented, kind of. The problem is, this is a thing. Can I just walk out right now? That duck just hopped the fuck down. The problem is with the way they've been having it recently. Well, not even recently. Their entire thing. This is just how Square works. Square to Squaresoft to Squeenix. For some reason, they do a bunch of things lose all their money and then have to do something major to get the money back. Like, that's literally how this always just works. So, when they... Bridge? 14 did good. You have to remember, 14 did bad. 14 did horribly. And before that, you had 15. Not before that, but in terms of games coming out, we had 15 and we had the 13 series. 15, from what I understand, I haven't played it through, but 15's weird but decent. But it did not reclaim the goodwill that 13 squandered. Because the 13 series is just trash. Trash garbage. So basically, they didn't have the sales that they wanted, particularly with Lightning Returns. That, I think, was Lightning Returns like one of their lowest selling games of all time, and they put a bunch of money into that. So the entire time they'd constantly been telling everyone, we can't remake 7, we're moving ahead. We can't remake 7, we're moving ahead. But they kind of like had to. Now, why are they doing it the way they're doing it? Well, on one hand, it is kind of, I agree with you. The episodic nature, I kind of don't like. And they did need to fluff it up so much with all the side missions. They could have gotten more gameplay. However, there is 2 issues that they were working with. The way the Final Fantasy VII, 3 things actually. 2 of them are kind of the same thing, admittedly. The way the Final Fantasy VII story works is as kind of a series of vignettes, which they had naturally broken up on the discs. So when you had the 3 discs of Final Fantasy VII, you had the city, you had Midgar, you had the town, you had the ending. I don't know if they're doing 3 or 4, but because every disc had its own arc, if you're going to be making a game, that's going to be where you're going to have one. If you're doing like, if you're going to have to split the game up, you're going to have to go to where the discs are for the most part. Splitting it early or splitting it late makes no fucking sense. I know what you're saying. Well, then just if you didn't have the fillers, you would have all the stuff. That's not true. A lot of that space is taken up by those graphics. That engine is gorgeous. So if you're already looking at, if you just do Final Fantasy VII and it's taking up, I don't know, I'll say 3/4 the size it's doing right now, what are you going to do? Are you going to go beyond where disc 1 ends and just randomly end in the middle of the open world? That doesn't make sense. Are you going to, but you can't just end it where the game originally ended and it be a small game. It would look nice, but then everyone's going to be wondering why there wasn't more for the price you're going to have to be charging. Mostly for those graphics, admittedly. So what do? You put in more story. You have to change the story to make it episodic. So like I can see why I don't like it, admittedly, but I can see why they did it. They had to. Yeah. The issue came down to those graphics. 100%. If they were to redo Final Fantasy VIII right now, doing that engine, those graphics, they're gonna have to do it disc-based as well. I think disc 3 could be mixed into disc 2. 8 was weird with disc 3. They just put all the side quests on disc 3. I will give you that one. And then disc 4 was tiny. So they could probably mix 3 and 4 together and also do it as a 3-part series. Are these dwarves? They are dwarves. I didn't trade with them. My life is coming to an end. Do I have anything to trade? I have crafts. Take my crafts. They're gonna leave before I get that trade off, but as long as I'm getting them out of my inventory, I don't care. Yeah, Skyrim. I have no clue what's going on with Skyrim. Yes, there was an underwater, by the way, if anyone didn't know, there was an underwater volcanic massive explosion. It was detected by, you can find pictures of it. It was, or at least the steam coming up or something like that. You can find pictures of it. I think tsunami warnings was for Australia, any of the Pacific Islands, Western United States. Did Chile have a tsunami warning? I think Chile had a tsunami warning. We had a major earthquake. Not we, but like the earth. Not earthquake, volcano eruption. Skyrim never really got that kind of treatment. Are you up right now? I think you're up. Meaning up here, there's just a hole there. And that is where our garbage dump shall be. Now, why do you look weird? Are you just a graphical glitch? You're just a graphical glitch. Yeah, I can't fix you. Somewhere near Fiji. Generally speaking, no companies doing subpar remakes, special edition upgrades, and selling different. Yeah. So, like, I could see, that's what I'm saying. For most conditions and for most of the arguments, I can easily see, and in some of the cases, agree with the premises. Why did I build a still down here? And the still's up here. Oh my God, I got rid of the still and forgot to build it back. Whoopsie. Is it still down here because I was trying to move food down? I mean, that makes sense. No, I was building something else here. This is supposed to be a wood furnace. Let's get that still back. See if it works again. Tonga. Tonga sounds familiar. No, Tonga was the volcano, wasn't it? I mean, they probably got hit by the volcano, by a tsunami, but I feel like that tsunami is genuinely just part of the volcano eruption, because the volcano was off of Tonga something. Yeah, that's where the explosion originated. That's what I was tracking. All right, hold on. For the things. The earlier push-ups were completed. Then Zakdos wanted to know what his skills were. Hold on, I've been missing the chat requests. Zakdos. You're placing an item in a tomb. You are at best an adept observer. In combat. In labor, you are a proficient animal trainer and skilled at animal caretakering. You're also really good at dissecting animals. That's it. That's what you do. You're a woodworker, but you haven't really done anything with wood. Though you are skilled at ambushing, it is rusty. You're really good at being a student and flattering people. There you go. That is all that is you. Military for CJ. Goblin and a cabinet. The goblin is impaled on the cabinet. Okay. Weird. Statue, details, image, new image, creature, goblin, object, cabinet is impaled on the cabinet. The watchful clasp. We just see the game, not the spreadsheet. Huh? What do you mean? Biggest I had from Square Enix was SE from LE? Square Enix from what? Coca-Cola. I'm not following your biggest remake statement. When you were doing the skills, it was the game. Are you saying that I should have had the numbers up? You were just seeing the game because that's all I was seeing. This is where I was getting the skill information from. If I filter them all off, those are your combat skills. I said adept observer. Your labor skills, I said you're pretty, whatever I said. Skilled at animal caretaker, proficient. And then I did the miscellaneous skills. That's where I came up with you're kind of a whatever flatterer, and all you really do is being a student. It was all in the game. Blonde, red hair, brunette. I don't even see the code anymore. Special edition from Legendary. They changed the code that made it somewhat more graphically cohesive and modular. I'm done. Ignore me. All I see is a streamer playing a game. What horse shit is this? I demand this game be removed from my presence right now. No, what was I saying before that? That was the, yeah, dude, they've remade that game so many damn times. But yeah, no. So, for the most part, most remakes are not done well. I understand that. Or not I understand that. I could completely see it being like, that it's waste of money.
Now I need to think of something
Some,
else to you.
if the game is old enough, some remasters, I will say, you know what, not like, it's obviously it's a cash grab, but it's not like, you don't have to be cynical about it. Particularly if the game is so old and or they're releasing it on a new console. Something coming to PC that was not originally on PC. For instance, the remake version that I played of Final Fantasy VIII that had the frames issue was kind of admittedly cash grabby, considering the original Final Fantasy VIII is already on PC and kind of had mods to look like how the remake version did with the correct frames. So that one's kind of like a, come on guys, come on. Now, some things were done to a better graphics. I did like those. And some of the, like the ability to ×3 or whatever to get through me walking from place to place saved us a bunch of time. So for those things, there was a point to it, but I will say the Final Fantasy VIII Remake, probably kind of cash grabby. Wasn't given like a real nice treatment. Particularly because the frames issue, your frames were wrong. They finally let out a patch to fix the frames, the frame rate, after I stopped streaming it. Like after I beat the game, like 2 days later, they released a patch to fix the frame rate. So if you guys remember, a bunch of the game, I had it at ×3, like the entire game, just so I could like bring the frame rate up, because it was running at like 15 frames a second for some reason. And they finally patched it. Yeah, no, games as a service is like the real big issue. Like that is what is making things garbo. Is I'm gonna release a game with the idea of I'm gonna make you pay for the service of me fixing the game later. No, that's no bueno. But the Final Fantasy VII Remake, I will say at one point I was on the other side. I was like, man, this is stupid. This is just too This is just too cash grabby. Like they need more into it. But with as little as I already played, no, they put a bunch of work into that. They were inspired by, they were based off of the original Final Fantasy VII, but that might as well be its own game at this point. Kind of like, oh my God. So there's this group of people. Trying to remember what they were called. I think it was in my Discord at one point. If not, one of you guys can put it in my Discord. Hell, if one of you can find me the fucking link, we'll link this shit in chat right now. Some group of people was like, they should redo Final Fantasy IX, right? So they wanted to prove how good Final Fantasy IX would look remade. Not even with like a new grandiose art style or engine, or like with a new engine, but like not like the Final Fantasy VII treatment. Just redo it, good graphics. So what did they do? They did a pet project with all these big name people who like Final Fantasy IX to do like the music and shit like that. And they redid like a portion of it in Unreal Engine 5. Faded shots. Have you seen what I'm talking about right now? This Final Fantasy IX remake thing. So there's nothing to download, unfortunately. You can't play it because they're keeping it completely close to the chest because they don't want to get cease and desisted. No, I'm looking it up now. Wait, hold on. Let me find the correct one, because there's like 3 things that I found that talk about it, and some of them don't do it justice, like at all. There's a good one, and then there's some that are just like, well, that looks neat. FF9 Unreal Engine 5. Like there's a title to it. It's like an actual video. No, it looks incredible in this. I want the actual Memoria project. Final Fantasy IX Memoria Project. Find their video. Memoria Project, welcome to Alexandria. All right, actually, hold on. Chat, forgive me. I don't do it much, but we're gonna do this together. Hold on. Because this shit looks so sexy. I'll say display capture. We're gonna go crazy for a second. This shit is so good. Is this above me? I can't tell. I'm 100% going to be demonetized just for the music. No, on the recording, if it's part of an issue, I can cut that part of the recording out. Like, look at this. I would pay $120 to pre-order this. I'm not gonna lie. Wait. We're not done. We're not done. Because they want to show off a little bit of the lighting engine. Fireball. You can't tell me. You can't tell me you would not play that. Where am I getting me? None of these are me. I've just told it to stop displaying everything and we're still here. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Where's the source coming from? Can I delete it? Weird. But I think we're back. I don't know where that source came from. Right? Like, that looks so amazing. I probably wouldn't play it. I haven't played Final Fantasy since Anthology. Looks great, though. Go call it. They're not based on each other. 9 isn't the sequel to 8, isn't the sequel to 7. You can just pick them up wherever you want, unless it's Final Fantasy 13. Or Final Fantasy 10-2, technically. But no, you can just start with 9. 9 is not related to 8 in any way. But that looks so good. Yeah, it does. So like I said, there's nothing to download. There's no demo or anything, because what they're doing is, in order to avoid a cease and desist, they're making it completely clear that they're like, this is a passion project of ours that we are doing. We will show you videos, and the videos can be demonetized, essentially. That way they can't be cease and desisted on the project, as they're not doing anything like copyright violating. Like, Disney can get angry at you for selling or doing Mickey Mouse things, but Disney's not sending the FBI into your bedroom to steal a Mickey Mouse that you drew on a notebook by yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're like, there are things that aren't copyright. So that's what they're doing. They're doing like very specific things to not be in copyright, I believe, so that they can't get, or at the very least hopefully won't be able to get, cease and desisted. So there's nothing to download. You can't donate them money for it. There's no exchange of money for anything like that. Nothing like that is going on. My thought is, what's going to happen is, hopefully they'll get far enough in the project and have enough of those videos out, or whatever they're, because it's still going. It's the Memoria project. That they'll get far enough in that Squeenix will just turn around and say, all right, we'll sell you the license to do this for us. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking that's what they're going with, is they're just very specifically trying to do a proof of concept to be like, okay, let us make this. And that is what I'm going with that they are doing. So if they do that, I would buy that game. I would buy the collector's special version, because you know they're going to sell one of that game. I would do it. No. Dragaman, no. Even if it is, no. Mickey Mouse's copyright was supposed to have ended like 20 years ago. Disney keeps going back in and buying Congress off to extend and or change the copyright laws. Yeah, no, it's already supposed to have been public domain like so fucking long ago. They keep paying off people to change the laws so it stays in copyright forever. Like that is genuinely like one of the great like scuffs I'll say of our current generation. How copyright law keeps being allowed to change so that people don't get access to being able to do their own thing. As a matter of fact, Disney sued someone. I think they lost in court, but Disney was suing someone for violating copyright on Loki. You know, the Asgardian, the Norse god. I know what you're saying. Well, you know, that Loki, it's the Marvel Loki, so they can have a copyright on it just because he's based upon the Norse god doesn't mean that they don't have a copyright on their Marvel version of him because he's the trickster, blah, blah, blah. They're not gods or anything. Yeah, so on and so forth. No, they were suing someone for having a picture of the Norse god, Loki, because he used the word Loki. They tried to copyright the name Loki, and they tried to sue someone for it. Yeah, that's kind of half what they were claiming, is that they've made so much economic anything that they have the copyrights to the name. I think they lost. God, I hope they lost. But yeah, no, that's what they brought someone to court for, is they're basically asserting copyright over Norse mythology. So even if the newest version of copyright law says Mickey Mouse will end in 2 years, Mickey Mouse will find some way to tell the government, you can't remove the copyright law. As I've paid you off so many times, I own the United States government's copyright. So if you want to keep operating, you have to pay us money or extend the copyright laws. Like, that's going to happen at some point. Disney is just going to assert copyright on the government. Can we dismantle them yet? They have too much of a monopoly. The problem is you can't anymore. You can't realistically. I do not agree with the morality of it, but I can see functionally why this is being allowed to happen. There are too many damn copyrights nowadays. Not copyrights, monopolies. And one of like the major governmental things is supposed to be breaking copyrights. God damn it, I was talking copyrights, monopolies. But they only seem to be doing it when the company gets in trouble doing stuff. When before they would have definitely responded by now to get rid of the monopoly. The problem is you can't anymore. Like, you literally almost physically can't. How are you going to destroy? This is one of the reasons why a bunch of these companies are expanding so much into China. You can't destroy a monopoly if the monopoly is global. You can only try to destroy it locally, if that makes sense. So, like, when they got rid of the electrical system, when they got rid of Ma Bell and shit like that, it was an American thing, right? But what if there was one company that owned the power for the entire world? You wouldn't be able to easily legislate within one country that they couldn't do what they were doing, that they have to allow a competitor, because the source would not be necessarily in your. And now I realize this is an extreme, like, this is not a sensible thing. Like, what are you talking about? The source of power is in another country. Probably not a good metaphor, but just follow it, please. If the source was in another country and you're like, you have to allow a competitor, where's the competitor getting that from anyways? They're not. So wherever you've carved out for a competitor to be, that area suffers because the people with the source are no longer there. Again, bad metaphor, but just try to follow my thought process. If a company has a global basis and you're like, quote unquote, demonopolize it, it still stays a monopoly on the global market. You've just forced them to allow competitors on the local, but the local doesn't have bread No, not bread. Bread is sourced in America. What is something we get from out lithium? I think we get lithium from China. If we were to break up a monopoly on lithium, well, the competitor still has to then get it from the original company. Like, America can say, we'll sue you if you don't give it to them for a price, but all they're going to do is just say, well, the world price is X. So that company is going to be forced to buy it at that price. Their markup so that they can make a profit is going to be higher, ergo, they lose to the original company. The company that controls the process of getting shit around in it is going to win, and you can't necessarily break up that monopoly anymore. So the more other countries, like the more globalized a company becomes, the less likely any singular government's going to be able to, or even attempt to, break up that monopoly, because it's not going to work. So that's one of the reasons why, like, Hollywood and shit, everyone's like, oh, they're just doing things to placate China, and China's where the money is. That's not it at all. I mean, that's part of it, don't get me wrong, but they need to be in that market, because otherwise America has a monopoly on what they can do. If America doesn't have a monopoly, then America can't break up their monopoly, if that makes sense. And no other country up to this point has had any financial base to be able to be worth expanding to get out of the American government's monopoly of what can you do or not do, if that makes sense. Now, yes, lots of arguments as to whether or not that's a good idea. I'm not having those. I'm just using that as the prime example of why a lot of monopolies are being allowed to exist. And a lot of times you find a company that's doing that, they're going to have a global presence. They might have a headquarters here now. Doesn't guarantee they'll always have a headquarters here. Yeah, that's exactly Coca-Cola. That's also kind of the point. No other country even attempts to break up monopolies. Ba-da-doo, ba-da-doo-doo-dee-doo. I almost just want to build that not there but up here, but then they just go further down. Just to spite me. Boo-doo-doo-doo, boo-doo, boo-doo. All right, do we still have dead bodies? All right, what is this right now? Can I auto dump? I can. I want everything in here to be auto-dumped for right now. Literally, if it's in a refuse pile, get rid of it. The corpse piles are empty, so that part has worked. I'm just going to auto-dump them and get them into our trash compactor of doom, squish it out of existence, then work on the next series of dead bodies. So we still have too much corpses lying around. We've not completely cleared up. We do have idlers again, so we can finally start moving ahead. Do you have brew drink should be assigned? It's saying it is, but it's not. Why did I do that? This is why they're not brewing. I tried to stop them from brewing and I forgot I did it. Hold on.
I think you missed some chat requests.
The push-ups? We haven't had... I haven't missed any. We have the cabinet. I got it made. I just haven't installed it yet. That's all I'm showing. I've got 2. Build statue. Oh, a bunch of statues got destroyed earlier. I don't know where half these other statues go anymore. I don't recall being in the military. Is that not you? Are you not the insane gifter? I'll sit here until chat says that's CJ. I'm like, I did that. I 100% did that. That's you. There you are. I don't know what you want from me. That's sand. Dump. Now, do I have another dump? I think I was trying to get rid of you. Yep, because they just started dumping on this, didn't they? I'll ignore that for now. You can make a room near the grave for display statues. That is kind of funny. Ever look at the statues as they go by? How dare you curse me that way? That's too loud. I will fix. I'm gonna click create on clip. I don't know if it worked. Hopefully someone does a better clip. What did that? Was that this? I've lowered that. I raised it for the raid and then I forgot to put it back down. Not the raid, whatever it was. We should be good now. Can we just address, as much as all of your ears bled, that was timed almost exactly to a vile force of darkness has arrived? Like, I know all your ears are bleeding and you are now deaf, but can we address... No, that was perfect timing. That wasn't a raid. As far as I'm aware, that wasn't a raid. Yeah, that was CJ doing Titanic Flute. No, that was CJ got that. I clicked the clip button on my end. Hopefully someone has a better clip because I don't actually know what that does. I have a button that says view. I'm terrified to click it. I don't know what it does. Boop. I clicked it. Oh, it opens up the clip. Ever click at the statues as they go by? If you guys won't do it, I'll do it. Yeah, no, that was perfectly timed. I'm gonna say CJ summons an invasion. Or does my head stop turning? Now, I wouldn't have to do this. There you go. I'm going to publish that. There you go. That was a little bit loud. I think I've fixed the audio now. At least it sounds quiet to me. Of course, I'm 10 decibels quieter. But there you go. I'll post that back in the chat. Thank you for following Lawful Sus. But yeah, no, that CJ summoned an invasion for us, guys. All right, so now all right, do the GTFI, but GTFI is no longer right, correct? No, GTFI is correct. GTFI does not include this other area. So the idea is that everyone will just book it? Who is in here sleeping on the ground? Why is Eldritch sleeping on the ground? Is this a hospital area? Oh my god, we have a hospital area in the wrong area of the map.
Sorry, sir, I can't do it.
No wonder things haven't been working right. So now we're gonna hope that a bunch of injured people run across the map and not die. Well, the area that they're coming in is from the southeast, so the injured people have a chance. What I need someone to do, though, is pull this lever. Which I don't think they're going to do. So GTFI, I'm going to update real quick to have this area. We're trying to remove this, but I kind of suspected that someone who lived here would be here to pull the lever. So that was an oversight on my part. I'm assuming you're trying to get my attention for something, but give me a sec. Otherwise the drawing will be bad. We don't want bad drawings. If I stop watering the plants, the voices grow louder. I don't know why. That's such a stupid picture, but I love it. The one with the dog. All right, we barely have anything else over here as it stands. That made a bunch of people angry. Audio is off time from your mouth? When did that happen? Is anyone else's? Well, it was only gonna be a matter of time before I noticed that. Before I remembered to get that out of there. Hold on. I need to see myself talking now. Before I remember to get that out of there. Hold on. Words. I need to see myself talking now. Before I remember to get that out of there. Looks fine to me. Words. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. That's on your end. Yeah, all right. No, they maybe if someone pulls that lever, they'll be good. Because I now don't have a door there. Everyone is coming out of the grave? I think everyone's out of the grave now, so I can pull the lever on that and save those. So I don't have to deal with them again. Were you the right lever? I think you were.
I can't do that there.
Now these guys have just stopped moving. Lawful Sus, CJ gifting Lawful Sus a sub. See, that's the problem, is that's now too quiet.
_the_insane_gifted a tier 1 sub to Lawful Sus. They have given 450 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, CJ. Spreading the love in the community. What are you doing? I think the injured people have stopped moving. Why are you injured, BT Dubs? You're like really injured. So he got abandoned. Eldritch and Hekios, because they were injured for some reason. They got abandoned in the old base. No one else is going over there to pull that lever. Wait, no, someone's pulling it now. Never mind. Azrakon has saved everyone. They don't have food and they're going to be stuck for a bit, but it's going to have to be what it is. Please tell me Azrakon is pulling that lever. All right. Is this wall up or down? I can't tell. Nope, the wall is up. Huzzah. And that wall is up as well. Huzzah indeed. All right. So now everyone is safe. In those two areas, at the very least. Has everyone gone in? No, we're still moving. There's some stuck dogs, because these aren't pet passable. Now everyone is in. A lot of dogs. I'm going to ignore that noise for now. Make these locked. What was that noise? The beak dog is... We had an alpaca outside. Well, I think they're dead now. So So how many are we getting invaded by? Problem is, we don't have a full squad. Last time we did this, we had a squad and a half, and they found a way to get themselves killed. How trained is our squad this time? If we sort by squad real quick, so I can see their military skills. They're good. They're not great. I don't think I would send them out. We don't have a single legendary in any stat yet. And some of these people just started recently training. So that's a bummer. On the bright side, unlike last time, we're secured. Unfortunately, this corpse is inside. If the corpse was outside, we'd be definitely fine. So I don't need the military alert to even be on anymore. How did that make us find 3 dead bodies? All right, all the alpacas are dying. Did the one hole get patched? Yes, that is still there, but if they fall down there, they're just not drowning. They're still kind of stuck. Like, I've half fixed the hole, but not really. Now, what I can say is we have an opening outside in the lower left that I should cover. With a floor hatch before that kills us. That would be a necessary fix. I don't know if they can cross easily. If they get on that, they can. They can go all the way around. I don't know if they get... maybe. They appear to be moving with a purpose. Oh, good. Yeah, just destroy the trade depot. Oh, yeah, someone got dwarfed. I'm sorry. Death Star, how goes it? Why does it take so long to read now? Death Star, you got dwarf 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can't fucking count. 3, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Death Star, you are a bookbinder. No, you're not. You a lumberjack. And that's okay. Is this your second Death Star? I think this is your second. There you go. Now we can keep their dead bodies separated. What up? Nothing much. 13 for Mr. Man. Mr. Man, you are a hauler who's good at being a ranger. I think you're on like your 3rd. I need like a list on my side, so I just have like a little tally mark of how many of you have died. Mr. Man says, put me in the military. Put me in, boss. I'll help. All right, hold on. Cabinet got completed. Trying to see what we have up for requests. Cabinet got completed. Mr. Man in the military. Dwarven skills by faded shots. Trying to raise this a little bit so I can see. There we go. Faded shots, dwarven skills. Faded shots. Faded shots. You have no combat skills whatsoever. You've once seen a man swing at someone else, and then you went to sleep and thought to yourself, you know what? If I was there, I'd have probably been hit. Labor, literally all you do is cook. You once kept track of it. You were like, I don't know, 2, 3 meals maybe, but I've never seen someone have absolutely no skills before. You have absolutely no skills. You are just a chef. Holy shit, that is all you do. Your job is as kitchen staff, which means you're supposed to be a chef and at least the person who runs the still, a brewer. You don't even do that. You're just like, nah, man. It's all about that seared meat. Except, of course, we don't have any meat. You're doing the Impossible Burger. You have any miscellaneous skills? You can swim. You are novice at swimming, and you're a competent comedian. That's about it. You tell jokes, you swim, and boy, do you know how to cook vegetables. What does that number even translate to? Hold on. What does that translate to? That's it. No, why didn't potash making show up? I guess because it's so rusty it doesn't count? Or is this not red? Because cooking would be right here. Or am I looking at the wrong person? I'm looking at the wrong person. Yeah, you have a level 7 in cooking. I think you are our best cook. I will give you that. You are our base's best cook. But you're only a level 7. You're not even high enough level for Gordon Ramsay to yell at yet. So I can't even drown myself. Nope, no, you cannot. Can't even drown yourself in your sorrows because you don't know how to make the alcohol. Cancels give water, no water source. This is the issue I did not think of. Well, it's not an issue. They should have been a fucking hospital. There's no water over here. There is an aquifer over here. Down one? Where is that aquifer? All right, Ezra Khan, do you have a pick? So we about to do some stupid. Ezra Khan does not have a pick. He would love to give out that water, but he can't. All right. How many have they finally come in with? Not many. They have 70. The corpse would do great if it was outside. I like how I have one friendly undead and it's inside my base just chilling. Are you kidding me? The problem is, if I remember correctly, as a friendly undead, if I ready the military ahead of time, they'll go for the friendly undead. They won't ready to go fight the other thing. But if I don't try to fight, we get screwed. So I've got to get ready anyways, no matter how you look at this. S-A. Station up here. Be ready to charge. What is squad 2? Eldritch, I'm moving you up to the top squad. I don't know what's going on with that second one. Eldritch. And Magna Dracomon. Don't know what you're doing down there, but now you're up here. Now we have at least a full squad of people ready to go into combat. I like how, it gives you, the call-outs when people are, becoming military. They're getting enlisted in. They're getting ready to go fight. Hey, I'm a spear dwarf. I'm a wrestler. Domine shows up, ready to take on the Karens. I have become a manager. Recruit spear dwarf wrestler, spear dwarf manager. I am ready to answer your questions. Wha? Mr. Man, the necromancers are all dead. He died. You are free to look for yourself, but no one has the word necro in their name. Nobody is a necromancer. They're all dead. Let's go. All right, the trolls aren't that close, and they are running off, leading me to wonder if there is another way in. There is. Ooh. Ooh, good catch. Good catch. Second issue, did someone go outside? There's not anyone out there, is there? I just realized that door was open. Maybe someone went to get a stone? There'd be no reason to be out here. There is a dead dog, but he has been neutered, so he's probably, praying for death. I don't know what that dog is doing down there. This could have been another way out for the military. I just thought of that. Instead of doing, wait, that doesn't even go to where I thought it does. That wasn't even ever a way. This is something else entirely. What am I talking about? This is a way out. No, it's not. Did I lock you? I did. Am I stupid? Am I just all kinds of stupid? I had 2 doors to get to the next floor, and I blocked them all off. I only have 1 door to the outside. It's down here. It is blocked. No wonder no one went outside. I'm just an idiot. All right, new statement. How do I get outside? If the trolls are running away, then that means I have a window of opportunity to make military alert back to active. That way they can't go outside. So that I can unforbid these to make my military station up here instead. If I station them back here, I should have time to fight the enemy in my arena, not on the bridge. A beak dog got their attention. Every time they fight on that bridge, every single fucking time. Well, at least they're good at it. As we haven't lost a single person and we've slaughtered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 beak dogs. Who is killing the beak dogs? Someone with an iron battle axe. Who has an iron battle axe? Mr. Man. Mr. Man is killing people with an iron battle axe. Insane Gifter's probably getting some kills in as well with a steel warhammer, I've just noticed, where he is hitting people in the head so hard he is jamming their skull through their brain and tearing their brain out. Hellfire Skyrim is using a bronze battle axe. He is cutting off body parts. Just, oh wait, no, there is a headshot. Okay. So yeah, they mean well, and they're getting good rolls. That's what we're gonna go with. And we have a lumberjack out there, use online, I think, punching people. Yeah, use online's punching people. Someone just fell the other way. I swear to God, someone just fell the other way. No? It looked like it. Maybe he like just dodged around. Okay, it looked like someone dodged. But I guess not. Could have sworn I saw someone dodge over here. All right, if they want to run down there and away from the bridge, I'm fine with that. New question. Most of the soldiers aren't even out there. BT dubs. Hekios and Eldritch are, that's why they're injured. Because they're soldiers. So Magna Dracomon got locked in and Domine got locked in. Where are they right now? Oh, they're all in the other. So is everyone out? That's Domine. Magna Dracomon. What are you guys? Is everyone down here injured? Half the soldiers. These people over here who were... We locked half of our military up in the other place. This is what some would call dumb. How wounded are you? I mean, they are wounded. They're all wounded. I guess we're just going to fight with half of our crew. And hopefully nothing bad will ever happen. As I take on all the trolls. I mean, no one's dead. We got a bunch of dead trolls up in here. They're doing something. I kind of want to bring them back into rest. I know I won't be able to, though. I'm trying to rest right now. They're probably tired. Yeah, they're overexerted. They just did way too much combat. But, I mean, when you take out as many as they did, That's the old Hekios. Ignore that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4 dwarves untrained taking out 12 beak dogs and 8 trolls isn't nothing. Problem is I got to get them back inside so they can rest.
I'm going to try to restation them back on the base. Oh, wait, no, there's everyone else. No one's died yet.